Meeting number 144 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, and pursuant to the House of Commons Order of Reference adopted on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024. Standing Order 108(2), the committee is meeting to discuss Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024. Before we begin, I'd like to ask all members and other persons participating to consult the cards on the table for guidelines to prevent audio feedback incidents. Please take note the following preventative measures in place to protect the health and safety of all participants, including the interpreters. Only use a black approved earpiece. The former gray earpieces must no longer be used. Keep your earpiece away from all microphones at all times. When you are not using your earpiece, place it face down on the sticker placed on the table for this purpose. Thank you all for your cooperation. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to Standing Order 15.1 in accordance with the committee's routine motion concerning connection tests for witnesses. I'm informed the committee that all witnesses have completed. Yes, clerk. Yep, the tests required for the connection tests in advance. I'd like to make a few comments for the benefit of the members and witnesses. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For members in the room, please raise your hand. If you wish to speak. For members on Zoom, please use the raised hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your understanding in this regard. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. And I would now like to welcome our witnesses from the department on parts 1 to 4 of Bill C-69. But just before that, members, before we get to our officials, you did receive an email from our clerk at 12:16 p.m. yesterday. It was regarding approval of FES C-59 budget and the ATIP request. And I'm just looking around for approval. Everything's fine. Okay, thumbs up. Great. Terrific. So we are now going to get to our officials. We do have many here. I understand approximately 75 officials are with us from all the different departments to address questions on parts 1 to 4 of Bill C-69. If you are called upon and you do come to the table, I do ask that you let everybody know the department that you represent and who you are before answering the members' questions. So on that, and I understand there's no opening statements for the first panel, which are the officials in the first hour. So we are going to start with, as you know, each party will have up to 6 minutes to ask questions. We're starting with MP Chambers for the first 6 minutes. MP Chambers, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Welcome everybody. Is Mr. Hammond here from OSFI? OSFI's not in this one? Yes, there is. Yes, please join us. It's not like church. There's some extra seats up here. You don't have to stand in the back. We're more than welcome to have you sit up here.
You can identify yourself and where are you from?
Absolutely. My name is Michael Hammond. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions.
Thank you very much. Before we get started, I just say I much prefer, I'm sure it's probably annoying for all of you to show up here in person, but it's actually really nice to see people instead of online. So thank you for coming in person. Appreciate that. So as I understand, OSFI is receiving kind of an increased maximum amount that they can be advanced as part of the budget. Can you?
That's correct. I can elaborate a little bit
Please.
on that for you. So OSFI's funding is obtained through the financial institutions and that we regulate, and we bill them on an annual basis in July-August timeframe following our final financial results for the fiscal year. What this provision does is it allows us to have access to the CRF before we have done that invoicing in order to fund our operations in the early part of the year. Once we receive the funding from the financial institutions, that money is then reimbursed into the CRF.
So it's kind of like a revolving credit facility, right? Okay. And obviously, the fund requirements or the funding requirements of the organization they're either bumping up to the 40 million or you need to expand it, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Very interested in what's happening at OSFI in terms of the growth of the organization. So obviously, the reason with which you need the money is you have funding requirements. And
I'm not going to get questions.
No, Mr. Bisson, not quite yet, but I might get to you. It's my understanding that the organization has actually grown substantially over the last 5 years. Is that fair? point?
Yes, the organization has gone through a period of growth to address the risk environment that OSFI is responsible for.
Okay. I don't expect you to have the specific numbers for me now, but if you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate an ability to see, maybe, doesn't have to be every year, but say 5 years ago, what the organization looked like from an organizational structure in terms of not just the gross number, but where these individuals work. And today, is that, by organization, is that something that you could provide to the committee?
Yes, I'd be happy to take that back and,
Thank you.
And provide that back in writing.
Okay, no,
We
thank
can
you.
provide you with a trend in terms of budget over the last 5 to 6 years, if that's helpful.
That's very, very helpful. And since you mentioned about addressing the risk environment, I think it would be also helpful to understand, like, where these individuals, like, what divisions they work in, as an example, if that's something we can do.
Sure, absolutely. We can
Okay,
provide
thank
that.
you very much. Are you involved with, or are you aware of the Basel, the new Basel rules, or is that maybe outside of your purview?
That's a little bit
Okay.
outside of my purview. Thank you for the question. As the CFO, I'm more responsible for the internal operations.
Operations,
of the
okay,
organization, but
fair
happy to take questions back and provide a response in writing.
Well, look, you could tell some of your colleagues that they should maybe pay attention to what's happening in the United States, because the U.S. Fed, who's in charge of the regulatory equivalent body there, is delaying and will make material changes to the implementation of Basel for the sole purpose that they're worried that banks will restrict lending. And we've seen banks very recently actually identify how much lending they believe, how much less lending they will do because Basel is introduced. So don't expect you to engage on that, but if you could bring that back to them, that'd be great, because we haven't had anyone from OSFI here other than yourself in the last year. So that would be very helpful.
Thank you very much. I will take that back. And I know that the superintendent is very interested in coming to appear at FINA and is very happy to come when he's invited.
Well, we look forward to having him when he's able. Thank you. Ms. Guire, I guess because you're in tax, you're there, so I might as well stay with you. Actually, this was a very good question from the library. The document they provided was excellent. How has the government ensured the potentially partisan nature of Canadian journalism, that Canadian journalism organizations does not impact the eligibility of the Canadian journalism tax credit? Like, is there any kind of test that's being considered for that? Oh, Mr. Baylor.
Yes, I can take that one. Yeah, the key. Excuse me, I'm just looking for my notes here. The key test, really, and as you may be aware, as part of the eligibility criteria. Here we go. To access the credit, there's an advisory board that looks at the eligibility for the tax measures. So the advisory board's mandate is to provide an independent assessment and make a written recommendation.
Okay, I'm going to run out of time, so just very quickly, I apologize. Who appoints the advisory board?
So I believe the advisory board.
I think they're government and council appointees, right?
That
Okay,
is, I'd have to confirm that, but that's.
So my understanding is, so cabinet will decide who decides whether a journalistic organization is partisan. And cabinet, as I understand, is made up of a bunch of elected people who are partisan. But I think I've exhausted my time, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Mr. Hammond, thank you for your answers. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you, MP Chambers, and now to MP Baker.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you all very much for being here and for all the work that you do every day in service of Canadians and supporting in the work on behalf of our government. I think, elected folks are the ones who typically are the ones that I think Canadians see the most on television and read about in the newspapers, but there's so many of you who work every day very, very hard and make a difference for Canadians every day. So you have my thanks for your work and for being here today. I wanted to ask some questions to officials from industry. Somebody here from industry?
And members, I will stop the time in transition as people make their way to the table. Okay, if you can introduce yourselves. And
Good morning. My name is Andre Arbour with Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. And I'm joined by my colleague Marc-André Rochon.
Wonderful, thank you. So I wanted to ask about amendments to the Telecommunications Act regarding cancellation and switching fees for telecom companies. So could you speak to us about the intent of this measure and how what the CRTC's role is in the implementation of those measures?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. The intent of the amendments to the Telecommunications Act are to further support consumers in the telecom marketplace. We have seen over the past year a marked improvement in terms of competition and pricing, notable for mobile pricing. So plans that were available for $70 or $80 a month a couple of years ago are now available in the $30 to $40 range. But people say, well, my bill hasn't changed. You know, what's happening here? And the situation there is that they're on an older legacy plan rather than one of the new plans that are in the marketplace. So the provisions are designed to help consumers switch and find the best plan for them. There are three mechanisms that we've identified that that can support consumers. One is first having an automatic self-service portal online. This does exist in some contexts, but could be stronger. This will help people find the best plan without necessarily having to be on hold with a customer service agent. The second is a notification requirement where service providers need to provide notifications to their customers with current plans in the marketplace so they can see what is currently available. And the third item is a prohibition on fees that can be associated with switching, which and then can be an impediment or a barrier. Fees associated with switching are not particularly common in the marketplace, but they do exist, and hence the goal of that provision. Each of these three requirements have high-level objectives in the legislation, but we're talking about a technologically driven marketplace, and so hence the CRTC, as the independent regulator, is charged with translating these into the detailed rules that the service providers would need to follow. Thank you.
That's very helpful, thank you. So I hear about the issue of cell phone bills from my constituents all the time. And I know that we've done a lot of work, and you just spoke about some of it in this legislation to try to address that, to get the cost of cell phone bills down, or at least to level out those costs. But what I hear you saying is that there are potentially, for a lot of Canadians out there, there are potentially cheaper plans available than the ones that they're currently on. In other words, that they could go to their cell phone provider, like a Rogers or a Bell or whatever, and contact them. And if they do it in the appropriate way, potentially there's a lot of folks who could be signing on to a different plan that would serve their needs but would cost them a lot less. Is that what you're saying?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. That is correct. I myself, my staff tease me sometimes, but I was on an older plan where I was paying $50 a month for 10 gigabytes of data. Last year, this plan is still available. It's still on websites, but I switched to a 20 gigabyte plan for $29 a month. So that's 40% cheaper with twice the data. I can tell you, Bay Street analysts that advise on investing in the telecom companies are a little nervous about this because it cuts into the financial profitability and that type of thing. But there really has been a market improvement. And the amendments are designed to help support this. There are other tools on ISED's website, for instance, that help people compare and shop for plans. And so we do encourage consumers to engage in the marketplace.
This is actually really exciting. So just so I want to make sure I'm clear. So people through this legislation, one of the measures in this legislation. So one of it is about eliminating switching fees, so that telecom companies don't charge consumers when they say, I want to switch from this a more expensive plan to a cheaper plan. So that's the switching fee part. But also what I hear you saying is there's going to be, you didn't use this word, but like a portal or information publicly available that consumers can access. And then they'll be able to figure out through that what plans are available or how to access cheaper plans.
Thank you for the question. I would nuance that. So yes, on the switching fees. In terms of the portal, it is more about having 24/7 easy access to make the switch rather than have to call a customer service representative. There are already tools online. They're listed on ISED's website, but common ones are called Whistle Out or Protégez-vous that collect all of the plans across all of the providers, not just the one you happen to be with, and make it easy to compare prices across plans.
Where will people be able to access this information? I think I have about 30 seconds left. Where will consumers be able to access this information going forward?
ISED maintains a section on pricing specifically that has a range of resources, either measuring pricing or including these tools or guides to help switch. And then the CRTC will be publicizing more detail as they implement the provisions in BIA.
This is really exciting news. It sounds like consumers can get cheaper cell phone plans, but we need to pass this legislation to make this happen. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Baker, and thank you. So now we will go to MP Samari, who is virtual. MP Samari.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Salutations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and greetings to all my colleagues and the officials. Thank you for your attendance today. My first question has to do with the open banking system.
Oui.
Oui.
Yes? Well, yes. Hello, Ms. Fraser. Good morning. I have another of concerns about financial institutions that are provincially regulated that wish to participate in the open banking system. And in C69, of course, there's a federal framework. I'm talking about credit unions as well as institutions that are provincially regulated and trust-based. From what I understand, given the federal framework that's been put in place under C69, a provincially regulated institution, and you said this in a briefing, can optionally opt in to the framework. But it's my understanding that given the level of competition, the provincially regulated institution wants to be competitive and participate in the open banking system, and that they will have to obligatorily participate in the federal framework. Is that correct?
Alors, je peux parler du but et l'objectif.
Well, let me talk about the purpose of the framework to begin with. Given that I have limited time, says Mr. Gabriel, I have a number of technical questions to ask of you. Rapid fire.
OK. Alors, l'objectif du cadre.
The purpose of the framework is to set up a system that serves all entities and all Canadians with the purpose of ensuring that all Canadians have the appropriate equal access and protection when they decide to transmit their banking information. Now, the framework is just the first step. We're continuing to work hand in hand with all stakeholders, including provincial governments and regulatory organisations at a provincial level, to avoid hurdles and obstacles for participation in the system. Well, thank you for that. Now, it is true, says the witness, that the system is optional in the case of credit unions.
Optionnel, mais
Optional, yes, but if they want to compete with the banks in the open banking system, they're going to have to fall into line with this federal framework, which is federally regulated. So rather than just having a common technical standard for all financial institutions, in this case, the framework will be a duplication of what already exists in the provinces when it comes to the oversight of the protection of consumers and providers' banking data and transactions. Now, at an appearance before a Senate committee, it was our understanding that provincial regulations may continue to apply, but there would be, in that case, there would be duplication rather than having some kind of harmonized rules as in the case of securities. And unfortunately, the provincial regulations would come second to the federal regulations when it comes to protecting consumers. That's a clear case of duplication when it comes to these financial institutions, which will undermine their competitiveness vis-à-vis federal institutions. Would you agree with that interpretation?
OK. Alors, je veux dire encore que
Well, once again, the framework is just the first step.
au sujet des règles communes pour la
The interpreter will suspend service until the internet connection issue is addressed.
Fraser, la connexion.
Unfortunately, Ms. Fraser,
Challenges with connectivity. So,
je pense que c'était pour les gens.
yeah, MP Samari, I don't think we are not getting the connectivity that we need to continue with because
m'excuse.
due to the interpretation.
Ouais.
OK, je m'excuse.
Là, ça semble être revenu.
Peut-être que ça sera mieux si je ferme mon caméra.
Mhm.
OK. Alors, c'est juste de dire que quand on parle des règles communes pour le système bancaire, pour les gens, c'est important de noter que, premièrement, ces règles, c'est pour le système, pour les activités qui vont dans le système. Alors, l'interaction avec les
So
apps et
I'm
choses
going to
comme
have
ça.
to interrupt again. Yeah, it's just not possible. The interpreters are not able to do their job with the sound that we have. Yep. Yeah. If you could, we can ask MP Samadi if you'd like a response in writing.
Oui, mais donc si c'est possible, je vais.
yes, indeed, I would. If it's possible, I'd like to send through to the department a whole series of written questions, and in kind, I'd like written answers in short order, given that we're talking about having clause-by-clause consideration as early as Tuesday, so I'd need answers before then. And in my next round of questioning, I'll ask questions of a different part of the bill. I see that my time for now has run out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Request that the department, to the best of their abilities, to be able to provide those to MP Samadi, please. And MP Samadi, you've got approximately another minute and 20 seconds.
OK, à ce moment-là, j'aurais.
Well, in that case, I'd like to ask questions about the global minimum taxation rate.
Donc, je sais pas si la personne.
Yep.
I don't know if that particular individual.
Hello, I'm Peter Repetto. I'm a director in the tax policy branch at the Department of Finance.
Oui, donc merci, Monsieur Repetto.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Roberto. It's a pleasure to see you here before the committee. So the global minimum tax rate in C69, what will determine what share goes to the federal government, what share goes to the provinces, please?
So in the proposed Global Minimum Tax Act, which is in Part 2 of the bill, there are no provisions relating to the allocation of revenues between federal and the federal government and provincial governments. And there I'm speaking of revenues that are projected to result from the application of this new global minimum tax.
Très bien, merci. J'aurai d'autres questions à mon.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will have further questions later.
And we will do all we can, I think, through the department to get you some of those answers to the questions that you will pose in writing. We are now going to MP Davies for 6 minutes.
Mr. Chair, and for efficiency, I intend to explore the following areas: the prohibition on the purchase of residential property, the school nutrition program, immigration detention, Canada Student Loan Forgiveness, and the Food and Drugs Act. So if I could maybe ask those responsible for that area to please come forward.
If you can make your way to the table, please, and just again introduce yourselves before answering any question that is put to you. Okay, we've stopped the time and now ready, and we're back on. MP Davies.
Thank you. So in terms of the prohibition on the purchase of residential property by non-Canadians Act, which is being extended by the budget, what has been the impact of this prohibition so far, particularly on housing prices, and what might be expected in 2025 and 2026?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. I'm Babak Mahmoudi, advisor with policy sector of the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. So we regularly monitor the housing market, broad impacts of the different policies. On this measure, we still do not have sufficient data, and so we need some time for the impacts to settle in the market. But we can look at similar policies. So, for example, foreign buyer tax. We have some data from BC and Ontario. We have some estimates, and so the existing research shows some impacts on the market. But this is part of the medium-term package from the government that impacts the demand side of the housing, which we think is an important force in the housing market.
How many fines have been issued to date under the prohibition on the purchase of residential property so far, and in what amount?
We don't have that data. We don't have access to case data from local authorities, local legal authorities.
Get that information to the committee?
We can do that.
Thank you. Moving to the Canada Student Loan Forgiveness Act, the budget proposes to add 9 additional health and social professions, as well as early childhood educators, to that program. I'm just wondering, we've been contacted by the Occupational Therapists of Canada, who are missing from that list. Is there any reason for this omission, and would you see any policy reason why we shouldn't amend the budget to include occupational therapists?
Hi, it's Jonathan Wallace, Director General of the Canada Student Financial Assistance Program. Thanks for the question. In determining the list of additional professions to include in this benefit, a lot of factors were taken under consideration. Labor shortage data across the country using the COPS occupational production system, as well as specific data on shortages in rural tracts, was considered. We did a series of stakeholder consultations as well, and we heard from a lot of folks in the health and social services field about where the shortages were from their perspective. In addition, there was also consideration of government priorities. So current government priorities regarding dental care, early learning and child care, for example.
I'm just wondering, so did you specifically address your mind to occupational therapists and deliberately exclude them?
I think that sort of the last point is that there's also sort of a fiscal impact. And so at a certain point, the number of occupations did have to be sort of limited. And so that was the other factor.
Thank you. On the school nutrition program, the government has announced that they expect this program to affect some 400,000 children. My research indicates there are some 2.2 million children in Canada attending grades 1 to 6. There's about 2.8 million if you go grades 1 to 8. Groups have told us that a key concept that is important in this program is that there be universal access. We don't want to create a program where poor kids go to the lunchroom and kids don't. The stigmatization is apparently a big problem. So I'm just wondering, with the program, will the program roll out on a universal basis, albeit perhaps on a partial basis, or will the funds not be conditioned on universality?
Thank you for the question. I'm Hugues Vaillancourt from Employment Social Development Canada. So you're correct. The budget does talk about 400,000 additional kids that could benefit from the budget investment. In terms of what you raise around universality, that's certainly some we've heard the same thing from stakeholders around importance of free of access and barrier free and limiting stigma at point of access. What we know and what we see is there are different ways around how provinces already try to provide access that are stigma free, and so certainly universal access is the gold standard, but there are certainly other approaches that are being used in different school meal programming that provides that stigma free experience.
So I would assume then that the federal monies for this program, the $1 billion, I think over 5 years, that will not be conditioned on the funds being used in the universal program. Am I correct about that?
So the funds, the objective here is to agree on a set of bilateral agreements with provinces and territories for focusing and expanding existing and expanding existing school meal programming. Certainly there are objectives around stigma-free that are already in many cases objectives that provinces and territories have in their own programming, but the funding would not, as it exists, allow for all kids 4 to 18 to access a program.
Yeah, that is the time. Thank you, the officials. Thank you, MP Davies. We are moving into our second round, and we want to get through the full second round. We're starting with MP Morantz for 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Chair, just before my time starts, I'd like Mr. Ayo, you could stay, please. Mr. Ayo, come back. Don't, you're not getting away so fast.
What MP Davies did in terms of letting officials know who he would want at the table. If you want to know others, that would be great.
In fact, I was just about to say that.
Go ahead.
Chair.
Yeah,
MP
Morantz, please.
Mr. Bonnyman from Debt Management.
And do you want to get started, MP Morantz?
Depending on how my time goes, I may have one other, but we'll see. Mr. Ayo, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you happen to know what's the most number of housing completions that have been done in Canada in recent years? In a single
I don't
year?
have that data with me, but
Okay.
we
I happen to
submit
have
that.
it in front of me. It's Statistics Canada reported that in 2021, 222,670 houses were actually completed in Canada. It actually went down in 2022 to 219,942. Now, CMHC said about a year ago that we have to build another 3.1 million homes in Canada to deal with the housing crisis over and above what we normally do. And just a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister announced that the government plans to build 3.9 million homes between 2024 and 2031, which is roughly 7 years. That would mean that the industries in Canada, the home building industry, would have to build 550,000 homes every year. Do you think that's realistic?
I think in budget 2024 there are measures. It's not with CMSC's.
So pretty straightforward.
Yeah, absolutely. There are measures that target the efficiency in the industry.
You think that's realistic?
It's not my area. I'm here for the prohibition, but we can get back to you on that question.
But you are.
I'm an advisor in policy.
You're the housing policy and research advisor to CMHC.
Absolutely.
That's not. So you're not. It's not your area of expertise to answer whether it's realistic.
Not the industry capacity, but I'm aware of measures in the budget that target increasing industry capacity.
So you can't say whether it's realistic or not that we would build over 100% more homes a year between now and 2031?
At this point, no.
You're not in a position to say that?
No.
Is there someone in CMHC who is?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. All right, well, hopefully that person will come to committee
Absolutely.
at some point. Okay, well, let me switch then to Mr. Bonnyman. Mr. Bonnyman, a couple of years ago, I remember voting on, I voted against it, but an increase in the debt ceiling. The debt ceiling was increased from 1.1 trillion roughly to 1.8 trillion roughly. I'm just rounding. It was recently announced that the debt ceiling is being increased again to 2.1 trillion, which would mean that in the last 3 years, the debt ceiling was actually increased by $1 trillion. Given that it was just increased to 1.8 trillion, what's the reason for increasing it by another $300 million?
Hi, Alexander Bonneman, Department of Finance. It's the Borrowing Authority Act maximum borrowing amount, so we refer to it slightly differently than the American kind of term, just as it's viewed a little differently. The increase that's being recommended this year is as a result of total borrowing approaching the 1.831 trillion number that you mentioned at the end of 24-25. The idea behind the introduction of the Borrowing Authority Act in 2027 was to enhance parliamentary oversight and transparency. And so the projections are done on effectively a 3-year basis, and so the limits are expected to be held for those 3 years.
Clear on this. The reason is because the government of Canada is pushing up against the 1.8 trillion, and they wanted to have an increase in the debt limit so that they would be able to borrow in excess of $1.8 trillion. Is that correct?
The increase
it's pretty straightforward. Is that?
So the increase is as a result of the borrowing needs as estimated from budget projections and review of corporate plans of agent crown corporations, increasing over the next 3 years. Like I said, the last projection as of 2021, May 2021, was that the limit would be 1.831 trillion. Again, the intent was the horizon for that would be 3 years.
Morantz, and that is the time. And now we're going to MP Zerowitz for the next 5 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank everyone for being here today. It's nice to see all of you. And thank you so much for your hard work. I'm going to ask questions about the home buyers plan, as well as small business carbon rebate. And if I can get to it, investment tax credits. So are you on the home buyers plan? Yes, perfect. Okay, so like many Canadians, there are many in my riding who would love to buy their first home. And I think that they're very excited to see that there's a number of measures in our budget, in the Budget Implementation Act, to help facilitate that. So could you maybe respond to how will the increase in the RRSP withdrawal limit and the temporary repayment relief, so extending when you actually have to start repaying back whatever you withdraw from your RSPs and some of the other measures, how will it help first-time home buyers in these challenging times?
Sure. Well, as you mentioned, there's two aspects to the measure. So the first is to allow a greater amount to be withdrawn from the RSP, so that would allow withdrawal of up to $60,000. So in that case, if there's people that have a RSP
witness because of there's some talking on the other side.
Kind of chatter down and MP Zerowitz.
And please don't take my that time away from me. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sure. So the first aspect of the measure, like I mentioned, is to allow a greater amount to be withdrawn from the RSP. So for people that do have that amount in their RSP, that would allow them to be able to put a greater amount towards their home purchase. In addition, there is a change to the timeline for when amounts need to be repaid. So people who withdraw amounts under the plan need to repay them within 15 years under the current rules, and that 15-year period starts to run in the year after after they purchase the house. So
5 years after they've purchased their house?
Yeah. So under the current rules, so it's So it's 2 years after they've purchased the house under the current rules, and then that's being extended to 5 years.
Okay. So my question is, how will these two measures help first-time buyers in these challenging times?
Yeah, well, I mean, the first aspect of the measure would allow those people that do have that greater amount in their RSP to be able to put a greater amount towards their down payment, and so obviously that would give them, if they would otherwise be able to take that money from their RSP, but they would have to pay tax on it, so it just provides them with more money up front to be able to make their purchase. And then the second portion of the measure makes it so that they have a longer amount of time before they need to start repaying it. So that could obviously help people be able to put those funds towards, towards something else. They won't need to be contributing them back to their RSP.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I don't have any more time. We've taken 3 minutes, unfortunately, on that. So for the small business carbon rebate, Small business is very excited in my riding. They have been waiting for the carbon rebate for a number of years right now, so I'm not sure who's going to be responding to this. But can someone just go through who's eligible and how does it work? So they want to know, Julie, how fast can I get this money and how can I apply? So how would you respond to small businesses in my riding?
Yeah, absolutely. So essentially here, in order for the amounts to be distributed as quickly as possible, what has been implemented is essentially an automatic system to redistribute the amounts. And the way that it's established, it's basically going to run off the tax returns for the 2023 taxation year for businesses. So eligible businesses, which are essentially Canadian-controlled private corporations with 499 employees or less, if they file a tax return, based on that filing, the CRA, the Canada Revenue Agency, will determine their eligibility and will determine their number of employees, and then will issue the payments on that basis. So there's no really what they have to do is file their tax returns before July 15th of this year for the previous year. And based on that, they will receive their
and
payments.
if we assume that, say, the Budget Implementation Act is passed by the end of June, when does it actually occur in terms of the rebate one, and how is it retroactive for 3 years?
I need a very short answer.
Okay, well, it's retroactive, right? It's the entire period from 2019-2020 to 23-24, so it's those 5 years. That's the first payment. And I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question?
So when would they get the money back? Is it July, August?
The hope, and what is the objective is once the legislation gets royal assent, the CRA can put in place the systems, and based on that, they can assess. And the hope is that before the end of the year, the payments can go out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Zerowitz. And now to MP Samari for 2.5 minutes, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I have a question for Mr. Repetto. We've understood that there's no mechanism to split this minimum global tax income with the provinces, and yet in terms of Quebec and Alberta, they manage their taxation on income in a different manner. So can you please confirm that if Quebec decides to implement a 15% minimum global taxation on multinationals, in fact, that would take precedence on the federal taxation?
So I think there's no, to the best of my knowledge, no prohibition as part of the multilaterally agreed Pillar 2 Global Minimum Tax Framework on subnational jurisdictions implementing Pillar 2.
You could just move a little back from the mic because
sorry.
there's a popping for the interpreters. Yeah, thank you.
To the best of my knowledge, there is no prohibition on subnational jurisdictions implementing the Pillar 2 Global Minimum Tax. And when I say no prohibition, I mean that's included within the Pillar 2, multilaterally agreed framework for the global minimum tax. However, if a subnational jurisdiction were to implement its own global minimum tax, I think that could pose problems in terms of coordination with the federal global minimum tax that would be implemented by the proposed Global Minimum Tax Act in Part 2 of the bill, and I guess the knock-on effects of any such coordination issues could include certain adverse impacts with respect to the status, the global status of the federal global minimum tax. And when I say the status, I mean, there's a peer review process that is currently underway at the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, whereby all of the inclusive framework countries, of which there are 145 that have joined this, two-pillar plan for international tax reform. Those countries will be evaluating Canada's legislation in terms of its compliance with the Pillar 2 framework, and so when I say there could be adverse impacts on the status of Canada's legislation, I mean that as part of that peer review process, those other jurisdictions may raise certain concerns about the interaction between the provincial and federal global minimum tax in Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Repetto and MP Samari, because we're well over time. And now to MP Davies, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I please have witness on immigration detention and the Food and Drugs Act, please? Thank you, Mr. Chair. In a recent inquest into the death of Abdurrahman Ibrahim Hassan, a refugee with a lengthy history of mental illness who died in a segregated cell in Canadian immigration detention in 2015, the jury's first recommendation was to stop the use of jails in detaining migrants. Now, Immigration Minister Miller has insisted that federal prisons will only be used for, quote, a very small segment, quote, of the migrant population, which she has described as, quote, not criminals, but high-risk individuals who often have severe mental health problems. How do you respond to suggestions that correctional facilities are not appropriate mental health care facilities for these people?
Mr. Chair, Carl Desmarais from the Canada Border Services Agency. I'm the Director General responsible for Inland Enforcement Directorate. Thank you for the question. With respect to mental health, it is definitely a vulnerability factor that the CBSA considers when it makes an initial decision to detain an individual, and that remains and is not being changed by this particular bill. And I will also note that through the Interim Federal Health Program, the CBSA also receives funding specifically dedicated to providing health services to immigration detainees. These services range from psychologists, psychiatry. We have a 24/7 nurse that is available as well to provide care. All immigration detainees are being run through an intake process where their mental health would be examined by specialists. That continues. It is a practice that would be carried over should the legislative provisions that are currently contained within this particular bill are enacted. Those same types of services would continue to be provided.
Thank you. Now, on the Food and Drug Act, Division 31, Section 30 proposes to make 3 changes to give the Minister of Health quite sweeping powers to make changes to therapeutic products that are used off-label in one case. Second, that may be intended to be used for animals but are being used for human beings. And also to provide an exemption from the Act as well. I'm wondering, could you give us a concrete example of what these sections are targeting?
I will need some very quick, short answers, and if you want to elaborate further, then in writing, please, to the member. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Celia Lorenko with the Health Products and Food Branch of Health Canada. So we're aiming to introduce 3 new authorities at the level of the Act, starting with what we call the Supplementary Rules Authority, which will allow us to be able to have a ministerial order put in place to address situations where products are being used intentionally misused. So an example would be, for example, the nicotine replacement therapies and the nicotine pouches, where they're being misused by youth. As an example, we want to be able to put in place rules around place of sale, around labeling, packaging, flavors, and other aspects that would be appealing to youth. So that's one objective. And that particular authority, it does not at all intend to limit or restrict off-label uses or the use of health products in the context of the healthcare system. It's really for those situations where there's intentional misuse or diversion of a product to a use that's completely outside of health. The second rule is around exemption, and so being able to exempt products from the Food and Drugs Act and regulations. And a particular example there is over the last 2 years, we've had, unfortunately, a shortage of infant formula. And currently, we don't have it in our framework the ability to exempt foreign products and foreign formulas that are nutritious but may not completely meet our regulatory requirements around labeling, for example. We want to be able to bring those products in order to meet that unmet need, but be able to do that quickly. So through a ministerial order that would have rules in place around those products.
Thank you. And that we're well over the time, but thank you very much. And if you'd like, again, in writing, please to the member in the committee. And now we are going to MP Lawrence for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could, I'll just throw the two topics of questions, and maybe you can assign yourselves as to who would be best to speak. So one topic I'm going to cover is the carbon tax rebate. And the other will be forecasting from finance. So perhaps an economist from finance or otherwise. If those two folks could take their seat at the front of the room, that would be great.
Why don't you start, MP Lawrence, and see if somebody feels that they should come to the table, or we may have Ms. Dwyer or Mr. Baylor.
Perfect. Well, I want to follow up on my colleague Ms. Zerowitz's line with respect to the carbon tax rebate. I understand that it will be primarily an automated process. That the taxpayer will check a series of various boxes or the metaphoric equivalent of that, and that the CRA will spit out a check going forward. Have I got that right, first of all?
That's generally accurate, yeah.
Okay. My question is, my understanding is that to administer the carbon tax rebate, the government has asked for $180 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's the amount that the CRA has been allocated at this point to put in place the systems to essentially go through, be able to select these businesses and then send them.
Thanks very much for that. So let's unpack that if we can a little bit, if you're able, because $180 million is a very large amount of money. What's involved in that $180 million? How many full-time equivalents are being hired? What's being spent on software? What's the breakdown of the $180 million?
Yeah, well, as you're aware, I work for the Department of Finance, and those questions would be best addressed to the Canada Revenue Agency as to exactly how they will allocate it. But as I indicated, it's to implement a system that's able to calculate the payments for the administrative system that matches the payroll, the corporate income tax information, and then gets to that result. But
okay,
in large amounts, of course, given the volume.
Yeah, with no disrespect intended, we've got 76 government officials here, and no one can break down the $180 million that's being spent. But that's fine. I'll move on. I'm going to ask questions with respect to forecasting and financial impact. And I actually want to read a quote from the latest convert to the Milton Friedman School of Economics. And this individual said, "Can you send us more benefits or extra $1,000 a month? Well, as soon as you do that, inflation goes up exactly the same amount." That recent convert to the Milton Friedman School of Economics is none other than Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So my question is to finance officials, with the additional $40 billion of net new spending. Do you agree? Would you build that into your forecast, as the Prime Minister has clearly said that it is inflationary?
So I think, Mr. Chair, that we've got people here to talk about the specific measures of the bill. I don't think there's anyone from our fiscal policy branch that does that kind of forecasting that was in the budget and is taken into consideration.
Okay, I'll move on then from just with respect to Pillar 2. Of course, is designed to reduce the amount of tax avoidance through the transference of profits to lower tax jurisdictions. My question, though, is before we start building new structures, I think it's important that we stop the leakage in other areas. And so the Panama Papers they've got to be more than a decade old. We've got 75 government officials. Could one of you please tell me about the convictions we've obtained and the dollars that we've obtained from those individuals who highlighted stealing from Canadian taxpayers?
So there's no one here from the Canada Revenue Agency, so they would need to provide that information. I think they may have. I think at the previous meeting they may have said that they would follow up with that information, but we can see what we can do.
Yeah, they haven't followed up. I would encourage them to, but I can tell you what the number is. It's 0 convictions and it's $0. And so a lot of commentators and experts have said, and I just say this with respect to bring this back to your departments as you pass legislation, that Canada, with respect, the real issue is enforcement, and that comes back to the civil service and making that happen. We have the wealthiest individuals in Canada who are utilizing tax havens to get money, and we continue to pile more legislation, more red tape on middle-class Canadians while allowing the wealthiest of our society to take advantage of those loopholes. Thank you very much. I believe that's about my time.
That is, yeah. Thank you, MP Lawrence. And now to MP Sorbara, and our newest member to our committee. Welcome back, I should say. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Good morning to all the officials. I'd like to speak to the CMB program and the alternative minimum tax. If the various officials can come up, and if you're already seated, then great. The Canada Mortgage Bond Program.
And if you could just introduce yourself. Thank you.
Okay, if you can quickly introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Stefania Bertucci from Personal Income Tax Division of Tax Policy Branch at Department of Finance.
Okay.
Alexander Bonneman, Debt Management, Department of Finance.
Matthew Bolt, Housing Finance, Department of Finance.
Okay. If we can first talk about the CMB program, we are putting in an increase in the limit on the CMB program. If you can explain in the broad strokes what the CMB program supports for folks out there.
Sure, I can talk about that. The measure that is in the bill here, it's to amend the National Housing Act to increase the in-force limits, both for guarantees issued by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, as well as for mortgage default insurance provided by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. And it's proposing to increase those two limits, each of them, from the current temporary limits of $750 billion to permanent limits of $800 billion. And the purpose of these amendments is to ensure that CMHC can continue to support multi-unit rental housing construction in particular.
Because in our goal to continue to ramp up the whole continuum of housing construction, multi-unit rental construction is very important. The CMB program, from my days many, many years ago, is a low-cost basically securitization vehicle that's used by both the building industry and obviously via investors to purchase those bonds, which my understanding are backed by these residential buildings, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That the government actually announced in September 2023 that it was increasing the Canada mortgage bond issuance limit by $20 billion annually, from $40 billion to $60 billion per year. And the intention of that change was to unlock additional low-cost financing for multi-unit rental housing construction.
I think it's to unlock not only the low-cost financing aspect and the certainty that's provided, but literally tens of thousands of extra units of rental construction that would take place because of it. And I'll switch now.
Yeah, I can say that we've talked to CMHC, and their estimate is that the additional financing that can be unlocked here can facilitate the construction of up to 30,000 new rental units annually in communities across Canada. And that estimate is based on past Canada Mortgage Bond funding activity to support multi-unit housing.
Thank you. Over on the alternative minimum tax and the changes that have been brought therein, again, in broad strokes, I know my time's going to be limited, Stefania, if you can explain, I don't know why, because it's hard to ask for your opinions, I know you're an official, but the importance of doing such a measure in terms of ensuring that the effective tax rate paid by an individual in a higher tax bracket is not pushed down to what I would call the lowest common denominator or within what they could do now, but ensures that deductions, when they occur, that a minimum tax rate is paid.
Thank you for the question. You spelled it out very clearly yourself there, Mr. Sorbera. So, I mean, what I can say is that we've had an alternative minimum tax in Canada since 1986. It had not been significantly reformed since then until Budget 2023, which announced a number of changes, including a higher rate, a higher exemption threshold, and a broader base. Budget 2024 announced a couple of other changes as well. And so as you've stated, the objective of the alternative minimum tax is to ensure that individuals who have, a number of deductions, credits, or income exemptions cannot decrease their tax liability below a certain minimum.
And I would add the opinion that it adds to the progressivity of the Canadian tax system, the changes that we brought in. And I'm not sure if you can opine on that. I don't. But really, this is it's a progressive change to the tax system.
I can't really speak specifically into the effects on progressivity, but the idea is that there is that minimum amount of tax paid that, so what the individual does is calculate their regular tax liability, their alternative minimum tax. They pay whichever one's higher, so that does ensure that everyone is paying a certain minimum level of tax.
MP Sorbara, that's the time.
Mr. Chair, if I might, for 10 seconds.
MP Chambers, really, yeah.
Thank
quickly.
you. Because everything's going to happen very fast, I just wanted to give opportunity to let you know there will be an amendment coming to the Clean Economy Tax Credit section to expand that to disclose all tax credits applied. So I just want to give that to officials in advance if they want to think about that.
Thank you, MP Chambers. Well, let's thank the officials. We want to thank the officials for coming before Finance Committee on C-69. Many of you, thank you for your hard work that you do on behalf of the government every single day, and we really appreciate you answering the questions from the members today. Thank you, and members, we are going to suspend now as we transition to our second panel. Everybody, we're back, and so this is our second panel, members, and so members, we have before us today. We've got from Fresh Roots Urban Farm Society, Executive Director Sherry Stevenson. Welcome. From One Close, we've got the Chief Executive Officer Kevin Murphy, and from the Convenience Industry Council of Canada, President and CEO Anne Katawala. Although Ms. Katawala, I guess, does not have the proper headset and will not be able to participate in our discussion today. So with that, I'm going to ask Fresh Roots Urban Farm Society, Sherry Stevenson, to please start with your opening statement.
Good morning. On behalf of Fresh Roots Urban Farm Society and as a member of the Coalition for Healthy School Food, I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the committee for inviting me to speak on the Budget Implementation Act. I'm joining you today from Vancouver, which is on the ancestral and unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Coast Salish peoples, where Fresh Roots has the privilege to work. Here at Fresh Roots, we cultivate educational schoolyard farms and leadership programs where youth develop healthy relationships with food, the land, and community through growing and sharing food that nourishes themselves, their communities, and the planet. Fresh Roots practices not only sustainable, community-centered farming, but place-based experiential learning and youth empowerment. We provide youth the space to explore what they are capable of while building deep relationships with food, the land, and each other. Through our award-winning Leadership Pathways program, we provide meaningful mentorship and employment experiences for the young adults we hire as farmers and food educators, as well as preparing youth in our programs to step up into leadership positions. In collaboration with our partners at Growing Chefs, we developed Lunch Lab, an innovative school meal program that serves students barrier-free, nourishing, culturally relevant lunches prepared by students with the mentorship of a team of chefs in residence. Lunch Lab empowers youth to cook food for themselves and their peers and provides opportunities for children to find dignity and belonging in their interactions with food. So children are not only being provided with a healthy meal, but delve deeper to connect to the land and learn about where their food comes from, how it's grown, cooking, nutrition, and trying different foods from around the world. School food programming has been shown to improve academic performance, support positive health outcomes and health equity, and foster connections with culture and traditional food systems, all of which have positive lifelong impacts. Working to create a sustainable food system, Fresh Roots is also part of an interconnected network of food growers, educators, community members, including the Coalition for Healthy School Food. The coalition is made up of more than 300 nonprofit member organizations from all the provinces and territories. The coalition has been advocating for federal funding for a cost-shared national school food program, and we are very pleased with its inclusion in the budget. This federal funding will make a huge difference to the programs across the country and is needed as soon as possible. It will help existing programs improve the quality and quantity of the food they serve, as well as allow new programs and infrastructure to be developed for many more students to participate in school food programs. The Coalition for Healthy School Food has also been advocating for federal funding to be transferred to the provinces and territories because each one already has an existing system in place to flow funding to school food providers, along with a mechanism for public accountability. All provinces and territories also have food and nutrition policies that strive to ensure that the food served is as healthy as possible. Therefore, for the health and well-being of children, youth, and families across the country, I urge you to support the Budget Implementation Act so the National School Food Program will have the resources it needs to be successful and initiate these important partnerships between the federal, provincial, and territorial governments as soon as possible. Your support will enable the Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development to sign bilateral agreements and transfer funding to the provinces and territories to support national school food programming starting in the 2024-2025 school year. This investment will help school food programs stabilize, expand, and implement best practices while allowing us to work together to increase access to school meals for many more children. It will support youth to be well-nourished, ready to learn, and to have an equal opportunity to succeed. It will help families by reducing grocery bills, supporting farmers and food systems, jobs, and economic growth. This is a generational investment in the future of our children and communities. Here at Fresh Roots, we look forward to working in collaboration with all levels of government on the National School Food Program. We look forward to continuing to grow our schoolyard farms, increasing the availability of fresh local produce, and creating inclusive spaces for children to learn about the food systems we all depend on. Imagine how wonderful it will be when all children from coast to coast to coast can see and taste the food grown on the land outside their classroom window, included in their healthy school lunch program. Investing in the National School Food Program is investing in healthy and resilient students, families, farmers, and communities across the country. Thank you.
Ms. Stevenson, and I'm sure members will have many questions. Now we'll hear from one close, Mr. Kevin Murphy, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to join you today. My name's Kevin Murphy, and I'll be representing One Close, a pioneering organization committed to making home ownership more accessible and less costly for Canadians. For context, prior to founding One Close over 5 years ago, I was with RBC for 23 years, where I was head of the real estate financing group, supporting all things real estate, including financing for land development, home building, high-rise condominium, and apartment construction. Today, I want to talk to you about a significant issue affecting homebuyers across the country, the interim occupancy challenge, and how we can address it to unlock home ownership for many Canadians. And unlike many of the measures announced in the most recent budget, which have longer term runways to get implemented and become impactful, what I'm going to talk to you about today does not cost the fiscal framework a single penny and will have a material and immediate impact on housing affordability and supply. Our solution is especially benefits those eager to enter the market, including the younger cohort and new Canadians representing first-time homebuyers. As every committee member knows, the surging cost of housing is a top concern for Canadians. Recent public opinion polls show that 9 out of 10 people are worried about overall affordability. Higher home prices and interest rates have made mortgages and rents more expensive, straining the financing of many families. The core of the problem lies in the fact that Canada simply does not have enough homes. Despite a rapidly growing population, we are not building new homes quickly enough to meet demand. In her fall economic statement, Minister Freeland emphasized that building the homes Canada needs will require a great national effort. While the federal government has made considerable strides, such as removing HST from new rental housing, much more needs to be done. One of the principal impediments to achieving the housing supply challenges before us is access to capital. One significant but often overlooked issue is the legal hurdle known as the interim occupancy period. In Ontario, for instance, homebuyers often find that their condominium unit is ready for occupancy before the entire building is fully completed. During the interim period, buyers are required to move into their units, but cannot obtain title, meaning they cannot secure a mortgage. Instead, they must pay occupancy fees, including interim occupancy interest on the residual balance owing to the builder, all of which do not contribute towards their mortgage. Interim occupancy interest is based upon the prevailing Bank of Canada's one-year benchmark mortgage rate, which currently stands around 8%. Consider this for an example. A buyer places a 20% deposit on a $700,000 condominium unit, amounting to $140,000. They then will face $45,000 a year in interim occupancy interest payments to the builder that they will never recover. Over the next 24 months, in Ontario alone, nearly 60,000 units, representing more than $60 billion in capital, will be stuck in this interim state. For builders, this period means they cannot complete the sale of the condo building or receive full payment for the units, leading to additional interest charges on their construction financing. It's a bottleneck that prevents them from moving on to new projects, further stalling the creation of much needed new housing supply. To address this, we propose a straightforward and cost-neutral solution a minor amendment to the Protection of Residential Mortgages or Hypothecary Insurance Act. By changing the definition of eligible mortgage loan, we can allow mortgage financing during the interim occupancy period, backed by title insurance and deposit protection insurance covering 100% of the unit's purchase price. Our proposal enables buyers to obtain mortgage financing during the interim period, allowing them to start building equity immediately. The risk is entirely mitigated through a title insurance and deposit protection insurance policy underwritten by reputable investment-grade insurers, providing coverage against potential losses incurred by the lender and/or purchaser. This amendment would not only benefit buyers, but also builders, banks, and the government. It would free up capital for developers, allowing them to reinvest in new projects and materially increase the housing supply. Importantly, it would also do so without any cost to the federal fiscal framework and could potentially save individual home builders an estimated $6.5 billion over the next 4 years. This proposal aligns perfectly with the Government of Canada's commitment to implementing housing solutions that make more housing available to Canadians, especially young and first-time homebuyers. As David Wilkes, President and CEO of the Building Industry and Land Development Association, aptly said, such a step would represent a significant advancement in our shared goal of making housing more affordable and accessible for Canadians. As housing affordability hits its worst levels in 4 decades, it is time for smart, practical solutions to our most pressing problems. As agreed to by all, these critical concerns require a rethinking of our collective approach. Creating a way out of interim occupancy limbo for tens of thousands of new, young condo owners is a creative and necessary start. By addressing this critical issue, we can take a significant step towards alleviating the housing crisis in Canada. Thank you, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Murphy, and I'm sure members will have many questions, and that's where we're going right now. So we're going to start with our first round of questions, and MP Chambers will be starting for the first 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Murphy, appreciate your appearance here today, as well as focus on a measure that doesn't cost the government any money. So I'd like to just learn a little more about the proposal. So my understanding is that this issue is mostly related to the Ontario market. Is that right?
You're correct. Currently, that's correct.
Right. But, I mean, to give a sense of the scale, you said there's 60,000 units being completed. Was that for this year in 2024?
That is the next 24 months.
Okay, so the next 2 years, 60,000 units will come online. And during that time, as I understand, a purchaser can move into the building, but they don't actually own, and they're effectively paying rent for that time of the interim occupancy period, because the current legislation basically doesn't allow title insurance or effectively just doesn't allow the building to close and title to be transferred.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And one minor change would allow, a minor change in a federal act would allow these individuals to obtain ownership of their unit during the interim occupancy period, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And just in other provinces, what happened? Like, are you aware of the process in other provinces? Like, if, the interim occupancy period in BC, like, what's that look like?
Yes, so in BC, they go to full completion of the building, including all amenities, and then they close. So there is no interim occupancy period. However, having said that, most of the BC developers are also very active in Ontario. And with a solution such as ours, they would lobby the government to introduce an interim occupancy period, which would allow for them to get their money sooner, allow for the purchaser to own the unit sooner, and it frees up all the capital that would be trapped otherwise.
Oh, very interesting. So if the government were to make a change, you actually might be able to open up flexibility in other markets to help release money back into the construction sector to go on to the next project.
Yes, that's correct. The average interim occupancy period in Ontario is 12 months. So we would be looking at accelerating the liberation of all of that capital 12 months sooner.
That sounds like a very big positive benefit.
Yes,
especially
the quantum is approximately.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The quantum is approximately $30 billion annually, which to put in perspective, when I managed the interim project financing book at RBC, the total project authorized book was $7 billion, over 4 times the total book that the biggest bank in the country carries in Ontario.
Right, but that's just for Ontario. So presumably the entire Canadian market might be $60 billion for the entire Canadian market.
Yes.
Okay. I guess the risk would be a developer, you're in interim occupancy, but then can't finish. But I mean, are you aware are there any examples of interim occupancy being granted and the developer, like for some reason, the development failing? I suspect must be very rare given people already living in the building.
Yeah, it's actually never occurred. So since the Condominium Act was enacted in Ontario in 1967, there have been over 12,000 building completions. Not one has not achieved registration.
Okay, so you've presented to the government an opportunity to make a very small change in an act that would release a bunch of money, significant amounts of money, billions of dollars into the construction sector, for which there is virtually no risk. Are you aware of any reasons, like what the issue is, why the government maybe hasn't done this yet?
We're still under active consideration, and it's understanding the entire process as well as the documentation that affords the security that they're accustomed to getting.
Okay, well, I'm very, very interested in this proposal. I think you and I have chatted before about this. I hope the government is listening, and if I can have some discussions with my colleagues, maybe there's an opportunity to unanimously amend the Budget Implementation Act to add a section that would maybe make that small regulatory change. Do you have the recommended language that you would require? Have had a lawyer draft that up for you?
Yes, we do. We actually have a legal opinion confirming our compliance with the Act, save and except for this particular definition, which I may say what we're asking for is being done currently in Alberta and has been used in Alberta for over a decade.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. I have to stay on time here. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And thank you, MP Chambers, and now to MP Sorbara for the next 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for your testimony. Before I get to my questions today on this panel, I just wanted to highlight a couple points on our economy and some good news which I think needs to be highlighted. And all of us have journeys here, and myself, I was blessed to grow up in northern British Columbia, and in a great little city called Prince Rupert. And I'm just really, really happy to see that with regards to investment in Canada and investment in British Columbia, in this instance, that AltaGas and Royal Vopak have approved a $1.35 billion terminal, which will export energy products such as propane to Asia from British Columbia. Anyone knows that the supply chain in Canada, that Prince Rupert's port is 2 to 3 days quicker shipping time over to Asia, better than Vancouver, better than Long Beach and Seattle. And with that, it's actually just announced a huge expansion to the Port of Prince Rupert, including the Canada Infrastructure Bank providing a $150 million investment, literally for this city and for the Canadians that hardworking middle-class Canadians in Prince Rupert that are working. This is about $2 billion of investments going into the town that I was born and raised in, and still have a family there and a lot of friends. And these are good middle-class jobs with great benefits and great futures. And it's great to see investments taking place in all parts of Canada, here in Ontario, with regards to the auto sector or the nuclear sector, and so forth, AI in other parts of the country. But in this case, in northern British Columbia, we're seeing literally $2 billion of investments announced within the last 2 weeks in a very crucial part of our country with regards to the supply chain, the CN rail facility in Prince Rupert and the port and so forth. So it's really, really good news. And I was really excited to read it this morning. And again, demonstrates what I think is just the right track we are on in terms of building a strong economy, not only for today, but for the future for our children. I know many of us here are parents, and that's what's important. I would like to go to the individual speaking with regards to the food program or the food program they run. I hope I understood your comments correctly and stuff and et cetera. But I do want to ask, in terms about establishing a national food program for folks, this is a Fresh Roots Urban Farm Society. Just how important is it for us to put forward a national school food program for children across the country?
Thank you for the question. Yes, this is extremely important for the health and well-being of children across the country. Many children are food insecure across the country. About 1 in 4 children suffer food insecurity. And by providing food at school, we can ensure that they have the nutrition and the energy and the ability to be learning and engaging in school. The investment here in supporting the National School Food Program will help us to implement this right away by the next school year, starting in September. I mean, we would really love to see these partnerships between the federal and provincial and territorial governments get started to make sure that those funds run smoothly to start investing more in our food programs across the country. So yes, this is really important and beneficial to children all across the country and to our communities and future well-being.
No, thank you for providing that color. And I believe you're down in downtown Toronto in the wonderful and beautiful riding of Davenport. Up in York Region, I have spoken to the officials at York Region who are in charge of the program, the school food program. They are very excited, and I don't mean to quote them verbatim, but they are very excited and also have put in recommendations in terms of the design of the school food program, because they know full well that we can't allow kids to go to school hungry. That's just not acceptable in a country like Canada. And this measure really builds upon, and I was just so happy to see this week that the Canada Child Benefit, which is a tax-free monthly benefit going to families across the country in every riding, will now increase up to a maximum of $7,800. This is for kids under 6, I believe, and will increase to $7,800. And again, this is just part and parcel the continuing build of a foundation where we have support for families. And it's just wonderful to see. And obviously, this also builds upon the National Early Learning and Childcare Program, where in the province of Ontario, by the end of September of 2025, the aim is to be at an average of $10 per day daycare. And I know my family, and we're very blessed, is benefiting from the 52% reduction in fees, which is literally over $8,000 a year that the residents in my riding and the daycare center that my daughter goes to is benefiting. And those are real savings for families. These are real programs making a difference for families, not only in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, across the country. Peter, you can let me know when I'm out of time. Okay. Perfect.
Time, and
I'll stop there.
but we want to thank you, MP thank you, MP Sorbara, and for advocating on so many important programs here. So now we've got MP Saint-Marie. MP Saint-Marie, please, for the next 6 minutes. Yeah.
Merci.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and greetings to the two witnesses. Your contributions are highly interesting to our thinking on these issues. My first questions are for Ms. Stevenson. If you could please remind us again, under this current bill, what will that monetary support allow your organisation and other similar organisations to achieve? Thank you.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
Yes, this support will help organizations like Fresh Roots Urban Farm Society continue our programming and potentially improve our quality and expand our reach. It will also support other programs to start from scratch and provide that infrastructure that is needed to ensure we have kitchens available, resources available in the schools to provide the school food programs. And because it goes through the provincial governments who already have relationships and partnerships with the school boards in their provinces and territories, this method, we really are supporting this on behalf of the Coalition for Healthy School Food. We really think this is a really efficient way to really start implementing this right away. This is needed as soon as possible to make sure that our programs can continue to run and continue and expand to support even more children to have access to healthy food, as well as learning. I talked a little bit about the need around food security and feeding children, but here at Fresh Roots, a big part of our mandate is around education. And the more the children learn to connect with the food and the land where their food comes from, the more they appreciate that and are actually really engaged and develop those life skills around cooking and sharing food as well. So all these things are really important, and definitely appreciate your support for this movement.
Oui, merci. Donc,
thank you. So children have these needs. Many children don't eat enough to fill their bellies, especially those underprivileged ones. And then there's the whole educational aspect that will benefit children too. Is that it?
Yes, absolutely. So we're providing healthy food in the schools, which benefits children to, meet their nutritional needs and be able to better learn and engage in school. And then there's also the educational component about food systems themselves and how to cook and grow and engage with our food systems.
je vous remercie. Je vous souhaite le meilleur.
Thank you. And I wish you best of luck for your undertakings. It's very important, and I do hope that you get the funding you need so that you can continue to grow. My next questions will be for Mr. Murphy. I found your opening remarks highly interesting. Could you please remind us, in the current bill, what the amendments would be that would affect you? And I'm not an expert on this topic, but does the legislation have to be amended federally in order to address your concerns? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And yes, it would need to be amended federally. I'm told it's a ministerial regulation and could be dealt with in that fashion. It's a piece of legislation. The acronym is PRIMA, and it governs mortgage insurance. And there's an eligible mortgage loan definition that requires a registered first or second charge. And what the legislative change that we're looking for would add title insurance guaranteeing priority as an alternative to a registered first or second charge.
OK, merci. Donc, ici...
Thank you. The idea behind this is that the mortgage during the interim occupancy period could start to be paid off, and there would be insurance that would be tacked on to avoid any risk on default before closing on the part of the builder. Do you have any data on the number of projects that might experience issues during this interim occupancy period, and give us a sense in terms of percentages what that insurance premium might amount to for and cost the buyer, please?
So the active projects in the province of Ontario alone today are approximately 400, representing 90,000 units, and coincidentally, approximately $90 billion in capital. The insurance is actually borne by the developer. It's not borne by the purchaser. The purchaser has no additional cost for this program, and it's a choice. If the purchaser chooses to wait under the traditional scenario to registration, they're more than happy to do so. It's just the economics supporting their opting in are so compelling. We believe that the vast majority would opt in.
OK, merci pour, comme c'est nouveau pour moi, là, désolé d'avoir...
Thank you. This is all new for me, so I wasn't aware who paid into the insurance. Now, are you aware of any similar programs existing in other jurisdictions, the US, European countries, other provinces? Thank you.
Short answer, please, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, no, there is no similar program that exists. The closest comparative would be when a purchaser buys a condo and puts their deposit down. If it is insured over, it can be used by the developer to fund construction costs.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, MP Samari. And now to MP Davies for 6 minutes in our first round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses for being here, especially on short notice, and for making the time to comment on this important budget. Ms. Stevenson, I'd like to direct my comments to you. I've been long familiar with Fresh Roots Urban Farm Society and the wonderful work you've done all over the Lower Mainland in food cultivation, education, and provision. So thank you for being here. I guess my first question, what are the main challenges that Fresh Roots identifies in providing consistent, healthy food to students in Vancouver?
Thank you for the question. So some of the challenges that we encounter, oh my goodness. There are many challenges to urban farming. It's an interesting ecosystem, I suppose. When you're growing a farm, literally in a very dense city, there are challenges around sort of access and infrastructure. We're not in a rural place. We sometimes encounter crop theft. We encounter theft. Pests. So there are some of those challenges, but also just the regular challenges of running a farm and crop failure. So some of these things we do encounter, which is normal for running a farm, but there's some added challenges to being in the city. But we really feel that that's really important and beneficial. We have some challenges around getting the food that we produce into the school programs. I would love to see this happen more with the National School Food Program because of some of the regulations or barriers to maybe not having the proper infrastructure ready in the schools just yet to prepare the food directly from the farm. So maybe with this investment, I'm hoping that we can see more of this kind of model where the food that we grow directly on the farm gets directly into the schoolyard, into the school food programs. What else can I say? Yeah, I think those are a couple of the challenges, but.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen your operations. I've talked to previous people who've worked at Fresh Roots, and I know that there's been a concept of even incorporating into school curricula and growing on schoolyard grounds. Fresh Roots as a means of teaching students about botany, about plant genetics, it's far more fun probably to learn about those things if you're out tending to your own vegetables in the schoolyard than from a book. I'm just wondering, how can a national school food program contribute to ecological stewardship and food literacy in your view?
I think this investment, yes, you're right. There's so many things that we can build upon. Um, and having the schoolyard farm, we're making use of land that is otherwise sort of unoccupied. And so using the schoolyard to be a productive space for growing food as well as a learning space. All the children are that we've seen and witnessed children being so much more engaged in their lunches and cheering for kale in their lunch because they grew it themselves. So there really are these benefits of the children engaging directly with planting and growing and watching the food be produced and then putting that into their meal directly. So I think that the National School Food Program can really help to for organizations like Fresh Roots to continue to expand and build upon our curriculum and share these best practices with other schools and bring this opportunity for learning and engagement with good healthy food on the schoolyards to more and more children.
Do you have time for another question, Mr. Chair? Oh, thank you. I want to move to program universality, Ms. Stevenson. The advocates that I've worked with over the years have told me that it's critically important to them that a school nutrition program be available to everyone for a number of reasons. First of all, so it's not a poor person's program, and so we don't stigmatize children, particularly in elementary school when they're very sensitive to differentials like that. We don't want some kids going into one room for the free lunch and others not. But more importantly, there's kids that come from wealthy families that don't necessarily have good nutrition either. And so I just would like to hear your views on the importance or not of program universality in rolling out a school nutrition program.
Yes, absolutely. Having a school nutrition program is a real great equalizer in the school. So no matter your background, everyone is engaged and learning and having a healthy meal. And whether you come from a lower economic background or a wealthy family, you can still learn so many uh, new things about nutrition and be exposed to different foods from around the world. So here we try to work with the diversity of our communities from various backgrounds and make sure that the foods we're providing are coming from the various cultural backgrounds that are represented in our schools. So I really think that this is an equalizer and an opportunity for children of all different backgrounds to be engaged and learning about food. And of course, having that nutritional addition to their day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Davies. And now we are going to our second round. We will not have time to have a full second round. We are, as we do, normally dividing the time up amongst all the parties. So each will have 3-ish minutes to ask questions. We are starting with MP Morantz, please.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, just wanted to go over a little bit of ground again with you. So basically somebody makes a deal to buy a condo, the title isn't ready to be transferred, but the condo is ready to be moved into. They move in on the basis that they're going to pay a rent equivalent to an interest rate, which is set in the manner that you described earlier, which may be higher than they could get on an actual mortgage at a bank. They're paying this higher rent and not getting the advantage of the principal reduction in the interim period. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you're asking for a legislative change. Just to provide clarity to the committee for our consideration, can you just go over which act it is and exactly what is the change that you want?
Yes, so it's PRIMA, the act that governs mortgage insurance. And the change required is an addition to the eligible mortgage loan definition. Currently, it states that the mortgage insurer requires a registered first or second charge. What we're asking for is the inclusion of title insurance as an alternative to a registered first or second. We have a legal opinion confirming our compliance otherwise, and it goes on to state that the prevailing commercial market practice in the country actually uses title insurance as an alternative to the first or second. It's just not referenced in the legislation. So their recommendation was update the legislation regardless of our operation.
Yeah. And do you have an idea? You said, I think there were 60,000 units coming online in condo units this year, as I recall. Yes. What percentage of those would fall into this kind of interim category where people are moving in and not being able to free up their bank capital to go back into the market?
All of them, because they are all in Ontario, where the interim occupancy period currently exists.
So every single one of the 60,000 units are going to have situations where banks who want to advance their mortgages are prohibited from advancing their mortgages just because the legislation does not allow for title insurance to supplant a registered mortgage charge, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. MP Morantz. MP Baker, please.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Mr. Murphy, for coming in to speak with us today. I want to build on some of the questions that have been asked by other members. So in a nutshell, a purchaser who's buying a condominium can't take ownership in Ontario until basically full completion of a condo building. And as a result, they can't get a mortgage until they take title, which doesn't happen until a later point in time. So they move into the unit, they pay a rent. I use that word in quotations. But they're not paying a mortgage, and they're not paying down the principal. They're paying a rent, which costs them more. So the purchaser is paying more than they would otherwise if they had actually owned the unit, they took title. And the developer is not able, because they haven't been paid by the purchaser for the condo unit, their money is tied up, their capital is tied up in that development and not being deployed to build more housing. So it's slowing or it's not allowing more housing to be built during that period. Is that a quick summary of the problem?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And you're proposing a change that would allow title to be transferred quickly, or if not immediately, to the purchaser, and allowing them to get that mortgage. And so that lowers their costs for the purchaser, for the Canadian who's buying the condo unit, the housing. And it allows the developer to take that money and to then start building other housing, which allows us to increase housing supply and therefore reduce the cost of housing for Canadians. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You mentioned that, and I'll be quick here with a few questions. You mentioned Alberta already does this. Is that what you said?
Yes, for all of their closings, not just condominium.
And how do they do that if they haven't had the legislative change that you're proposing?
Just the prevailing market practice has accepted it. There's a lag between when monies are advanced in Alberta and when registration actually occurs, just due to they have a Torrens registry system. What originally was 3 to 4 weeks has morphed into about a 4-month delay period. So all of the lenders, all of the mortgage insurers in Alberta use what's called gap insurance or gap coverage, which is title insurance to bond over that period and protect everyone.
Okay. So even they have a delay?
Yes.
Okay. If this amendment happened that you're proposing, how quickly could you operationalize this to impact purchasers in the market?
We could be in market within 30 days. We've done all of our platform build. We have our partnerships with lenders, with mortgage insurers. The workflow is completed. The narrative steps, the legal documentation, the opinion work, everything is done.
Okay, fantastic. And what would the impact of this be, do you think, for the housing market, for purchasers over the next 2-3 years?
So just on in-flight inventory, purchasers that have bought with units under construction that are occupying in the next 4 years, the savings is north of $6.5 billion. The savings to the developers for those same units would be another $5 or $6 billion. And the accelerated liberation of private sector liquidity to be redeployed towards new housing is approximately $30 billion a year, which would add 30 to 40,000 units, give or take.
Thank you very much.
And thank you,
Mr. Murphy.
MP Baker. And now to MP Samari for approximately 3 minutes.
Oui, merci, monsieur.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Murphy, what insurance companies would be called upon to cover this kind of risk?
So for the title insurance, we have First Canadian Title as our lead insurer. For the deposit protection insurance, we have Aviva International as our lead insurer. But in the insurance business, they also reinsure, so meaning they would sell down some of that risk to other insurers. So Aviva has lined up Zurich, Canada Guarantee, and a bunch of others as well. All investment grade insurers.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Ms. Stevenson, given inflation, we see that an increasing number of families have trouble feeding themselves suitably. What's your experience of that out on the ground, please?
Yes, that's something we're seeing more and more here in Vancouver. We're seeing some of the families we work with have to reduce meals, quantities of meals, and children attending school without meals. So this school food program is really important in helping to families to provide a full meals, and by providing that meal at the school, but it will help to reduce grocery costs for families. And we even see in some of our youth programs, we actually provide an honorarium to our youth for the work that they do on our schoolyard farm. And sometimes that honorarium that they earn from their hard work on our farm, they are using that to contribute to their family's groceries as well. It's a little added income. So every little bit helps, whether it's a little bit of extra funds for the work that the youth are doing, to having a meal provided in the school and really helping families who are struggling right now. Yeah.
Merci.
Okay. Merci, MP Samedi. Is that your questions? Okay, great. And now to MP Davies, will you be our final questioner before we thank this panel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Stevenson, I think another of the many positive aspects of a properly structured national school nutrition program is the ability to leverage locally sourced foods. I'm just wondering what impact such a program may have on local growers or local small businesses, et cetera, and what the economic impacts might be of an investment in a school nutrition program on the larger community, I guess, the wider community at large.
Great. Yes. Well, you can't get much more local than actually growing food on the schoolyard farm and then getting that food into the school lunches. So that would be a wonderful benefit, as I've talked about already. But yes, in terms of local growers, there's many partnerships with local farmers already. And with this investment in the National School Food Program, we would definitely be seeing that expand, and with schools partnering directly with farmers locally here in BC, and benefiting our local economy as well. So if we can be growing foods right here on schoolyard grounds or within our communities, we'll definitely be seeing the economic impacts and benefits for children to learn about where their food comes from.
I'll give you a two-part question and I'll be quiet. It'll probably be my time. I'm just curious about what impact a school nutrition program can have on Indigenous contribution and Indigenous culture, and whether you have any thoughts on that. And second, just in terms of the health of young people, I mean, young kids are not only not eating well, but when they do eat, they're eating processed foods. I'm just wondering, what have you seen in terms of the impact of the work you do in terms of the health of our children and young people?
Great. Thank you for all these questions. Yes, it's really good actually to reflect on these impacts. In terms of Indigenous, the programming and the impact on Indigenous communities, in our experience with this one school that we work with particularly is an Indigenous alternative education school. And we are able to engage with elders and engage youth in learning about traditional medicines and traditional foods. It's really important to incorporate traditional foods in the school lunches and school meals and programming. And we, on our schoolyard farms, and in a forest area that we have, we are also growing these types of things. And we definitely are seeing the impact with Indigenous youth commenting and their testimony in saying that they really appreciate those things and learning about more about their cultural foods. So this is really important for Indigenous food sovereignty and reconnecting to those traditional foods. And then in terms of impact on health, what we're seeing is that children are excited about vegetables and that the salad bar is the most popular thing at Lunch Lab because they've prepared it themselves. And children are curious about trying new vegetables and different foods that they've never had before, including Indigenous foods, native sources here. So all these things are linked together, and we see that the children are really engaged and able to learn throughout the day better when they have that nutritious meal and that connection to where their food comes from.
Thank you.
And thank you, MP Davies. And we want to thank our witnesses, Ms. Stevenson, Mr. Murphy. Thank you for all that you do, your great work, the experience that you've brought here, the many solutions to some of our most pressing problems, be it with food security and make sure we're feeding our kids, as well as with our housing pressures and looking for ways to find ways to build more housing. So thank you very much, and we wish you the best with the rest of your day. And members, we're going to suspend now as we go into our third panel. Thank you. Okay, members, witnesses, we are back. This is panel 3, and we thank you for coming before the Finance Committee. We have with us today the Associate Professor of Economics and Philosophy at Carleton University. That's Professor Vivek Dehejia. Welcome back to our committee. Also with us today from the DC Diabetes Foundation, we have BC, and I had DC here, but it says BC, yes, Diabetes Foundation. We have Dr. Tom Elliott, who's joining us, as well as Miss Ramya Hosak will also be joining us. And from Dow Canada, welcome back. We have the Senior Advisor on Government Affairs, W. Scott Thurlow. Welcome. And on that, we're going to have opening remarks, statements from the witnesses. And Professor Dehejia, please, for the first 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a real privilege to be back before this committee again. When I last testified before you last month, I had reiterated my warning that Canada stood at a crossroads, I mean in terms of macroeconomic situation. That is still very much the case now. I won't repeat all the data points from my last testimony, which is in your records. So I'll summarize briefly and make a few quick new observations. First, as I pointed out, both GDP growth per capita and its underlying driver, productivity growth, are languishing in Canada compared to the U.S. That imperils the well-being of average Canadians now and in the future. Recall that in 1960, our average income per person in Canada was the same as the U.S., basically. Now we have less than 3/4 the income per person compared to our friends south of the border. That's really quite extraordinary. Unemployment, likewise, is higher in Canada than in the U.S. due to structural factors. The reason for this divergence, in my judgment, is the outsized role of government in the economy of Canada, which very much relates to the budget. As I noted, increased government spending is crowding out private investment. Government now accounts for about 1/4 of Canada's GDP, and that, again, is in a market, so-called market economy. That's an extraordinary number. Total business and investment is only about 8%. It's no wonder that our economy is so unproductive, given how socialized we've become. The recent increases in the burden of the capital gain tax, and the carbon tax for that matter, can only make this worse. I believe that the finance minister has said recently that the budget paves the way for the Bank of Canada to make interest rate cuts. I must confess I find this logic hard to understand. We've again had an expansionary fiscal deficit which creates its own inflation pressures. In other words, fiscal policy is inflationary while the Bank of Canada is trying to contract. It's not a good balance, as Governor Macklem himself has acknowledged very tactfully, saying that the government and the bank are rowing in opposite directions. And I think that's clear what he means. The budget, if anything, is going to stay the hand of the Bank of Canada's Governing Council. And I think rather than a rate cut next month to provide some relief to those of us, many of us laboring under mortgages and debt, they may hold off till July or perhaps even till the fall because of the extra inflationary pressure that the fiscal deficit's creating. What to do? I'll be very brief. As I testified last fall and again earlier this spring, and it's really back to basics, a basic message. 3 pillars of good economic policy: fiscal, monetary, and good regulation, sound regulation. They're all badly in need of repair. We've had a fiscal binge in Canada. Monetary policy, likewise, has been on the bender. The economy is overregulated, stifling innovation, new business creation, private sector investment, creating high entry barriers for new entrants. Our economy is highly concentrated with a handful of dominant, politically powerful, and entrenched incumbent firms in all major sectors, everything from cell phone services to groceries to legacy media to banking to airlines, you name it. It's no wonder that we pay higher prices and get poorer service than our friends in the U.S. for just about everything, and that we're so unproductive. Lastly, as I reminded members last time I was here, it's worth remembering that at the beginning of the 20th century, Argentina had about the same per capita income as the U.S. and Canada. But after 120 years of economic mismanagement, their income is only about 1/3 that of the U.S. Ours, as I said, is now only 3/4. Unless we amend our ways, we risk going the way of Argentina. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Professor Dehejia. And now we're going to go to the BC Diabetes Foundation. And Dr. Elliott, please.
Good afternoon, committee members. I'm Dr. Tom Elliott, Vancouver-based diabetes specialist, UBC Associate Professor, and today Chair of the BC Diabetes Foundation. 4 million Canadians live with diabetes and the dread of death or disability from heart attack, stroke, blindness, amputation, and of passing out with low sugar at meetings like this. Together, we have the means to change those 4 million lives. Doctors and diabetes educators have the knowledge but lack the tools. Committee members give us the tools and we'll finish the job. National Pharmacare, as it stands, will cover most diabetes medicines, and this will be a big win. But there is one omission and 2 might be covered items that I'd like to bring to your attention today. The Ozempic class of diabetic weight loss drugs has been omitted. 2/3 of the 7% of Canadians who live with type 2 diabetes are overweight. Overweight is not the cause of diabetes, but it is a contributor. Lifestyle therapy always comes first. Indeed, all overweight type 2 people living with diabetes try to lose weight and keep it off, but most fail. Ozempic is a difference maker. My clients think of Ozempic as a miraculous therapy, and so do I, yet it has been specifically blacklisted from National Pharmacare. I consider this to be driven by a fat-shaming lobby, to be discriminatory and un-Canadian. My obese clients do not choose to be obese. They deserve access to Ozempic, but fewer than half of them can afford it. Drug costs are a major consideration. In March 2023, the Canada.ca website had the following post. Canadian drug prices are the 3rd highest among OECD countries and 25% above the OECD median. Yesterday, I calculated the cost for a month's supply of Ozempic. In Canada, $218, while in Germany, only $82, almost 1/3. Now, let's talk about type 1 diabetes. 300,000 Canadians live with it. Onset is at age less than 30, and there's no cure yet. It carries a colossal burden, demanding 4 to 5 shots of insulin and 10 finger pokes per day, as well as tight regulation of food and exercise. This brings me to the 2 devices that might be covered by National Pharmacare. These are CGM, or continuous glucose meters, $8 a day, and an insulin pump, $10 a day. When these 2 are combined with a smartphone app, they provide for automated insulin delivery, or AID. Both of these devices need pharmacare inclusion. AID is a technological cure for type 1 diabetes. Put simply, AID keeps the sugar steady, just like cruise control keeps the speed steady while driving a car. I'd now like to invite Ramya Hosak, who lives with type 1 diabetes and who sits on the foundation board with me, to relate her first-hand experience. Ramya, over to you.
Thank you, Tom. I've lived with type 1 diabetes for 17 years, and as the founder of Young and T1, also represent a group of 750 young people living with type 1 diabetes in BC. Despite this network, I've struggled physically over the years. In 2016, my husband came home from work to find me unconscious and non-responsive after a night of extreme illness, vomiting, dehydration, and progressively increasing blood sugars. I was shocked to wake up in the hospital the next morning and learn that I had almost died. Before automated insulin delivery, or AID, diabetes was my 24/7 second job. The mental health impact and burden of balancing high and low blood sugars was consuming. I'd become afraid to sleep when I was sick for fear of a repeat incident to 2016. When my husband started a job with an extended healthcare plan covering an AID system last year, I got one right away. I couldn't believe the instantaneous difference in my quality of life. Not for the first time in 17 years, I was able to sleep through the night and woke up each day with my blood sugar in range. With an A1C now deemed perfect by my endocrinologist, I've stopped worrying about diabetes complications. My family physician, amazed at my blood work and overall physical health, gave me the go-ahead recently to start trying for my own children. I'm now able to live almost like someone has found a cure for diabetes. To think of having to go off this system should our employment status change is terrifying, and to know that there are others out there that could benefit from this but who can't afford it is heartbreaking. Thank you. Merci for your time.
Well, thank you, and thank you for sharing your story. We really appreciate that. So now we're going to go to Dow Canada and W. Scott Thurlow, please, for some opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. And through you, I would extend my warmest regards to the committee members. I'm proud to speak to you, the committee, today about Dow Canada. Dow operates 2 manufacturing facilities in Fort Saskatchewan and Lacombe County, Alberta. The Alberta sites convert natural gas feedstock into ethane, ethylene, and finally polyethylene. Our main product in Alberta, polyethylene, is sold to customers across Canada and worldwide to make durable industrial goods, as well as packaging and consumer products. We also supply industry in the region with other petrochemical derivatives. In Ontario, we have 2 manufacturing sites, one in Scarborough, West Hill, and the other near Sarnia. These facilities produce emulsions and specialty plastic resins, respectively. On November the 29th of 2023, Dow's Board of Directors approved a final investment decision for the world's first net zero Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions ethylene and derivatives complex in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. Economically speaking, this brownfield investment enables Dow to deliver 2 million metric tons per annum of product growth in attractive high-end markets, effectively tripling our domestic production. At its peak, we expect approximately 7,000 construction jobs to be created. When completed, our site will produce and supply approximately 3.2 metric tons of certified low to zero carbon emissions polyethylene and ethylene derivatives for customers and joint venture partners around the globe. Environmentally speaking, this investment will eliminate 1 million tons of CO2, even with the added growth. We do this by converting hydrogen from cracker off-gas as a clean fuel while capturing and storing the remaining CO2. To expand on this a little bit, the byproduct of the cracking process to produce ethylene is a methane-rich off-gas. In the circular hydrogen process, this methane-rich off-gas will be decarbonized and returned to furnaces as clean hydrogen fuel, and associated CO2 is captured, transported, and sequestered in deep saline caverns. This investment paves the way for growth of Dow's entire packaging and specialty plastics portfolio. The first mover advantage gives us the ability to lead in capturing the growing demand for low-carbon solutions and puts Dow out front in delivering the first world-scale, fully integrated site with net zero Scope 1 and Scope 2 carbon emissions. The Fort Saskatchewan site is strategic and advantaged because we have access to low-cost ethane. There is an existing rail and export infrastructure that will be expanded to support our global sales. We have direct government support from Alberta and Canada, as well as tax credits that are offsetting a portion of our cost of investment. And it is one of the few places in the world where existing infrastructure for carbon transportation and storage exists. This is a key reason why we have a first mover advantage in low carbon solutions. Certainty on the investment environment we are operating in is also a key advantage. As such, I am here today to offer Dow Canada's support for Bill C-69 and the clean hydrogen tax credits that it creates. The tax credit will go specifically to underwriting the costs of the hydrogen-fueled ethylene cracker. These tax credits were first announced in a previous budget. Natural Resources Canada released its thoughtful study of the potential of this sector in 2020. It is high time that we have them adopted. Similar measures were introduced, debated, adopted, implemented, and deployed under the United States Inflation Reduction Act in less than 2 months. We urge parliamentarians to pass this bill expeditiously so that the certainty required to rely on these investment tax credits can be built directly into our investment models. These tax credits help to support the decarbonizations of our operations in Fort Saskatchewan and our return to operation by 2030. I would like to repeat a key point. These credits will lead to absolute emission reductions. And in order for Canada to succeed in reducing our emissions and meeting our emission reduction goals, we need to see transformative investments like the one being made by our company. It is through advents in chemistry, that the chemistry sector, that these deep emissions reductions will occur. I would welcome any questions that the committee members may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thurlow, and I'm sure there will be many questions, and that's where we're going right now. We're starting with our first round of questions, and I have MP Lawrence for the first 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the panelists for being here. My questions will stick to the professor there. And so I just, I want to start off, and you know, the Prime Minister's had a pretty rough ride. He's faced an incredibly bad economy, mostly because of bad decisions he's made. But, you know, when someone says the right thing, I think it's important that we call it out. And he recently said this, and I'd like to get your comments, Professor, on this. One of the fundamental challenges around affordability is they would love to say, well, you know what, we just need more money. Can you send us more benefits or send us extra $1,000 a month? As soon as you do that, inflation goes up by exactly the same amount. So clearly what he's saying there is that the more you spend, the more inflation you get, which undermines the exact policy objectives the governments are trying to achieve. Would you agree with the Prime Minister here, or do you think he's all wet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I think that the Prime Minister is correct. The larger point is that you can't fix a housing crisis that's basically a supply-side problem. There's structural problems in the sector, and throwing money at it will only, as with fiscal spending in general, will only create more inflation. So I think he's right.
And so when we look at this Bill C-69, which forecasts a $40 billion deficit, and in fact, there's many ways that that deficit could be actually understated, one of which is with respect to their expecting a fire sale on capital gains, which is going to, according to their projection, get an additional $7 billion. We haven't even seen that legislation yet, so we don't know whether those $7 billion or whether that fire sale is going to exempt. But do you think that it is a responsible government to be continuing to run large deficits and debts?
No, I don't. I think it's very clear that we've learned the lesson, or we should have learned the lesson, of what happened in the U.S. in the global financial crisis. And luckily at that time, Canada didn't go into QE very much, but we went all in the pandemic. And we've seen the result. We've had massive fiscal slippage. We've had very, very loose, ultra loose monetary policy, which caused inflation to spike at a 40-year high. And now we're paying the price with high interest rates that are penalizing everyone. It's been very, very poor macroeconomic management. That's the simplest. Yes, it was the pandemic was a difficult crisis. And it would have been hard for any government perhaps to deal with it, to solve it, when everyone else was also going down. But it's pretty clear now, and I think I was maybe one of the few commentators calling this out even in 2021, that when you have QE, in other words, when you have the central bank monetizing government deficits, essentially printing more money, creating more balances for the chartered banks. You know, the curve it just took off, looks like this. You're storing up a major inflation crisis, and then you're going to have to raise interest rates. So it's kind of a boom and bust cycle. So it's been very, very poor macro management, Mr. Chair.
And one of the other issues that the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, amongst many others, have highlighted is that our low productivity is actually fueling inflation, because the less goods that we produce means that the more dollars that are required, which increases inflation. Do you believe that given that this is the time to be increasing taxes on one of the most important elements of productivity, which is capital?
Absolutely not, because that's taking us in the wrong direction. That's going to further retard capital formation. It's going to make our workers less productive. And that's really our Achilles heel in Canada. We simply don't have enough capital for the number of workers we have. And ultimately, you know, Keynesian-style macroeconomic policy, whether fiscal or monetary, yes, can give you a short-term boost, but it cannot solve deep-seated structural problems. It really only will make things worse.
Right, and so by continuing to spend an excessive amount, to have an expansionary fiscal time, a fiscal policy at this time, will in fact increase the size of government, which will suffocate the private sector, reduce productivity, and hurt all Canadians. Particularly, you can agree or disagree, but I believe it's the most vulnerable who often get hit hardest by low growth, low productivity, and high inflation.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. Chair. I wrote an op-ed in the Financial Post back in the fall of 2021, saying that the left and a government that claims to be progressive should care about inflation, because in fact it's the most vulnerable who are most hurt by it. You know, the wealthy have all kinds of savvy financial techniques and tricks they can use to escape the burden of inflation, but the poor and the middle class simply cannot. So I find it honestly a little baffling that a progressive-minded government was so nonchalant about inflation, and so was the Bank of Canada, and they're also, I think, bear a large part of the blame. I think both the federal government and the Bank of Canada.
And now it's a dollar. It's a day late and a dollar short, but it does appear as though the Prime Minister's finally gotten this message after not thinking about monetary policy that in fact spending does lead to inflation, and that's right from the Prime Minister there.
20 seconds, but thank you, MP Lawrence, and now to MP Sorbara, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be swapping time with my honourable colleague. Thank you for the witnesses for your testimony. First, over to Dow and its representative. I've had a long-standing relationship with the Chemical Industry Association of Canada and advocated for many measures to ensure that we in Canada attract the investment that other jurisdictions in the world, be it Argentina, be it the Caribbean area, or be it the United States, and other areas have been getting. And it's great to see the announcement in Dow. And I've had the pleasure to go to the Alberta Industrial Heartland and tour some of the facilities there in the last several years and understand well the Alberta advantage when it comes to feedstock and so forth. But to you, Scott, in terms of the ITCs for hydrogen, and I think there's 5 or 6 ITCs we've introduced, which will definitely drive investment and grow our economy and help us decarbonize. How important was that towards the investment decision, and also the thinking behind Dow in terms of its mission in towards of walking to 2050 and a net zero world, which we are gradually, incrementally going to?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and it is an important one. I mean, the long and the short of it is that these investment tax credits are absolutely essential to securing these types of long-term investments. The last time that I was here, MP Thompson asked me about how these investments were, akin to fishing, and you use really good bait. But it's also akin to farming in that you have to reap what you sow. And you have to put a seed into the ground if you expect to have a long-term investment. And I found many people have been looking at this debate a little bit the wrong way. They don't see it as, a capital expense at time X. You have to look at it as an investment into the future tax base of the company or of the country. And quite frankly, this is a generational investment. By making these immediate investments in the short term, you're going to have a 60 to 70-year return.
In your opening remarks, you talked about circular and the circular economy, and I know in the Chemical Industry Association of Canada, that's very important. And you talk about, you just referenced the generational investments, and I would, you can extend that not only to Dow's, over $10 billion investment in Alberta, but also what's happening within the auto sector, those generational investments. And that's why it's so important to have your eye on the ball and really provide leadership, and that's what I believe our government is offering. I do want to just move to Vivek. Vivek, welcome to the panel here today and our committee. I understand I'm an economist by training as well, and I love economics. Kind of purport myself to be from the Hayek school, if I can say that, and so forth. And I'm optimistic on Canada. And I believe our country's, if not one of the best, and for many reasons. There's always work to do. We don't inhabit this world just on ourselves, and it's important to recognize that. But I think there are millions, and if not hundreds of millions, of people that would come here tomorrow morning if they could, because we live in such a blessed country. And when I look at some of the economic metrics, and I share your concern on productivity and maintaining, ensuring we have a good standard of living and a good standard of living, i.e., that my kids have a future just as bright as I had growing up, and I believe they do. And I look at some of the quantitative metrics are, deficit to GDP at around 1% versus say, the United States at 7%, and some of the European countries, our debt to GDP, looking on that metric on the public side, and the CPP, assets, where our pension system is funded versus even the United States, and we can have a conversation of that. But there's always work to do. I just referenced earlier on, we have $2 billion of investment just announced on the West Coast in BC, $1.35 billion energy facility, plus Port of Prince Rupert expanding. Some really good things, I think, happening here in the economy. And I think we can't just gloss over that, because there are great things. Canada's definitely not broken. We're definitely work in progress, like any other country and any other person would be. But, if you could substantively say 2 or 3 things, Francesco, that I think you need to take a look at, I'd love to hear from you. I read all the economists on the street. Many of them are my friends, in both academia and non-academia. I debate with some of them. I agree with some of them. I don't consider myself an ideologue. But I would love to hear what constructively you would have to say.
Well, thank you for the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say 2 things. One is that, yes, some of our macro statistics do look good, debt to GDP, relative to our peers. Now, the U.S., of course, can run much larger deficits because the U.S. is the de facto global currency, and therefore they have what's sometimes been called this privilege that I think Charles de Gaulle called it, the exorbitant privilege of the U.S. But having said that, I would point to the fact that, at the beginning of the 20th century, we had the same per capita income as the United States. And now we're at 3/4. And we got to, I think, I have to check the exact date, but the early 90s, we were around, mid-80s, we were around 90%. And we've been going down. So I would ask a question in return, which is, if we're doing so well, why are we falling so far behind the Americans? Now, what I would suggest, again, I'm not a fan of QE. I think that we were storing up major trouble. I said this in the fall of 2021, when most of the commentators were saying, hooray, the Bank of Canada is doing the right thing. I said, look, if you monetize massive fiscal deficits through QE, and have the forward guidance and all the rest of it, all the rest of the unconventional policies, you're going to store up an inflation crisis when things get back to normal. And that crisis occurred. And now we're in another crisis because interest rates are so high, and they're going to stay high. I don't, again, my sense is that the bank is now, it woke up too late, in my opinion. That's not the government's fault. I think the bank should have begun tightening policy sooner than they did. So I don't see, tell someone who has to refinance their mortgage and maybe have to sell their home that we're doing well. I'm not saying Canada's broken, but certainly, if we compare ourselves, and throughout history, our comparison has been the U.S. Why are we faring so poorly compared to our friends to the south? Even when they've had, by the way, not the best policy in my opinion, but productivity growth in the U.S. has been strong. So I think, as you say that you're a follower of Hayek, I mean, in the end, it comes down to the supply side. Tinkering with monetary and fiscal policy and regulation and targeted subsidies and so on, picking winners, I think in the long run is the wrong way to go. Have sensible, tight, sound money, bring down the deficit, run surpluses to build a stock for the future, and pare down excessive regulation. I mean, this is not this is sort of standard Milton Friedman, Hayek textbook stuff, Mr. Chair.
Just to add on the supply side, things like putting in place a national daycare program is, for me, a supply side measure. And I agree with you, removing excess regulation and so forth in terms of when monetary policy needs to change and what inflection points there are there. I'll leave that to the Bank of Canada to make those calls and those professionals there.
Thank you.
And
MP Sorbara,
we are definitely not.
And that's our time, MP Sorbara. Thank you very much. And now we're going to MP Sainte-Marie, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and greetings to all of our witnesses on this panel. A comment first. I was quite surprised to hear that the Liberal member, Mr. Sorbara, is in agreement with Frédéric van Augustay's school of thought. It's hard for me to understand how that you can match that vision of the economy and be a Liberal partisan with all of its social programs, childcare, pharmacare, all of this is subsidised, but this debate will be for another occasion. My first question is for Mr. Thurley from Dow, Canada. Thank you for your attendance and for your presentation. I'd like you to elaborate, please, on how you intend to use the hydrogen tax credit in your economic activities, please.
Certainly. Thank you very much for the question. So the tax credit is part of a larger hydrogen clean energy tax credit. It will be based on the carbon reductions that accrue as a result from a material investment into our facility. And then after the investment is made, we are able to use that in an accelerated capital cost reduction way to reclaim the expenditure, whether it's made by Dow or by one of our partners on site.
Merci. Donc, avant que l'investissement...
Thank you. So before the investment is made, if I understand correctly, you use natural gas in your operations, and thanks to this credit, you'll use gas to produce hydrogen and to reduce your carbon footprint in your operations. Is that correct?
Almost correct. So we will be using natural gas as a feedstock. When we crack that natural gas, there is what I'll call extra products that are left over. We will recapture those extra products and turn the hydrogen, which was abundant after the cracking process, and use that as the clean fuel for the heat and the steam that's required for the process.
Merci beaucoup. C'est très intéressant.
Highly interesting. Thank you very much. And thank you for correcting my limited understanding of your activities and setting me on the straight and narrow. So this investment will help you to reduce your carbon footprint to the tune of what percentage based on your estimations, please?
100%. We will be operating a net zero facility by 2030.
OK, très bien. Merci. C'est bien encourageant.
Thank you. Very encouraging. My next line of questions will be for the DC Diabetes Foundation from British Columbia. So basically what you're calling for is under the pharmacare program, medicines like Ozempic would be included on the formulary. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
OK.
Understood. So basically, under the government's current plan, medications to treat diabetes are not as effective as this new drug. So we're talking about partial insurance that wouldn't meet the needs of those folks living with diabetes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. The media have talked a lot about off-label use of Ozempic, people who don't have diabetes and who just want to lose weight. Ozempic was designed for people living with diabetes. It not only brings about weight loss, which is beneficial to the diabetic state, but it also helps improve insulin release. So the underlying diabetes is improved from two angles in a kind of a virtuous cycle. So that's what makes it such a miraculous drug. Weight loss begets better diabetes control, and the drug begets better insulin supply. So that's why it's such a wonderful drug.
OK, merci. Et que vous...
Thank you. And what reasons has the government given for not including this drug on the formulary? Is it the cost? What other arguments have they made, and are those arguments compelling in your opinion?
Well, to my knowledge, they haven't made any arguments. They just decided to strike it off. And you know, it's an outrage. Speaking as a treating diabetes specialist, I have several thousand people on this drug, and there's nothing quite as good. Now, there are other flavors, you know, other manufacturers. So Novo Nordisk has Ozempic, and Eli Lilly has Mounjaro, and other companies will be coming up with better drugs in the future. So it's a competitive market. Prices are going to go down in Canada. And of course, if our procurement process can get better prices for the nation, like Germany's, then it would be a no-brainer.
Oui, mais c'est très clair. Souhaitons que le gouvernement.
What you're saying is very clear. I hope that the government listens to you. Thank you both for your presentations. Ms. Ozek, very touching testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, MP Samari. And now to MP Davies, please.
Thank you. Thank you to all the witnesses for being here on such short notice. Dr. Elliott, can you give us an idea of what a typical Canadian living with diabetes might spend out of pocket each year to manage their condition today?
Thank you, Don. In type 1 diabetes, so someone like Ramya, before she had her extended medical benefits, it'd be, let's say, $8 for the sensor, 10 for the pump, $6 for insulin. So that's 18 plus 6, 24 plus a bit here and a bit there. Let's say 28. And if I multiply 28 times 365, that's $10,220. That's someone with uncomplicated type 1 diabetes, someone who doesn't have major complications. If you've got type 2 diabetes, let's say $12 to $15 per day. That's $4,400 a year. So that's if you're an overweight type 2, of which 2/3 are, you need to be on Ozempic, you need to be on metformin, which is inexpensive. You need to be on one of the SGLT2 inhibitors, $3 a day, a cholesterol pill, 50 cents, 2 blood pressure pills, another $1, and maybe insulin. So that's where the $12 to $15 a day comes from.
Thank you. Now, in a March 2024 article from CBC News, Dr. Elliott, you noted that one of your patients was hospitalized last year because he could not afford to buy medication after paying for groceries. How frequently does cost-related non-adherence to treatment result in the hospitalization of Canadians with diabetes? And can you maybe just briefly outline what the impact of such a hospitalization has on patient health and well-being?
Well, I would say I hear a story like that 2 or 3 times a year. In British Columbia has the most generous provincial pharmacare program.
Appel au règlement, Monsieur le Président, je suis désolé.
Point of order. Interpreters are letting us know that interpretation is not possible due to sound quality.
And I apologize, I didn't catch that. Yeah, so the interpreters are having some trouble with connectivity, I guess. Yeah, with Mr. Elliott. So.
I wish I could speak in French. I could fumble in French.
Okay. So maybe
2 or 3 times a day.
Ms. Hozak, can you participate? Maybe you can answer some of the questions. And maybe if Dr. Elliott would just turn off his screen, sometimes that helps with the connectivity. Yeah.
Sure. So I can really speak to the fact that I hear stories like this from my peers all the time as well, either from high blood sugars, but also from low blood sugars. And I think that's the benefit really of the automated insulin delivery system that I spoke of, because you're alerted. Let's say you're driving, you're not able to stop and physically prick your finger to test your blood. It alerts you and it wakes you up, and it temporarily suspends your insulin, and it gives you an alert so that you know that you're going low. And sleeping is actually one of the biggest problems. So you can imagine for oneself to be terrified to go low in the middle of the night, but also for parents, we hear this quite a bit too. They're worried about their children that are running around, that are sleeping. They don't know how they're feeling. And so the hospitalization is very traumatic. It's very scary. I can tell you from my perspective, like I said, after in 2016, it took me many, many years to feel comfortable again. And I've heard of diabetics going to seizures as well. So all this stuff has a cumulative toll, I think, on the person. And of course, as we know, hospitalizations are very, very, very expensive.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hozek. So I gives me a chance to point out that as part of the pharmacare deal negotiated by the NDP, the federal government agreed to provide $275 million per year to establish a fund to support access to the full range of diabetes devices. That's continuous glucose monitors, insulin pumps, testing strips, and syringes and needles. And the idea is that every person with diabetes in the country whose provincial government signs an agreement with the federal government will get free access to all of the devices they need. I take it you would be in support of such a program?
I would 100% be in support of such a program, but I would also ask the consideration of an automated insulin delivery system. So what's the game changer with that one is that the CGM, the Dexcom glucose, is going to talk to your pump. And so you literally have an artificial pancreas that's working for you, because when they both talk to each other, that's where the magic happens.
Yes, it's my understanding those are covered. I don't know if we have Dr. Elliott back or not, Mr. Chair. Dr. Elliott is, can I ask a question of Dr. Elliott?
Bring him back on. But,
Okay.
yeah.
Dr. Elliott, I just wanted to ask you.
I don't think he's on right now.
Oh.
He has to open his mic, his video. Yeah, we are not able to do, the interpretation needs the video because they have to see the body. He's not on, actually. He's not on, MP Davies.
Okay,
Yeah.
how much time do I have, Mr. Chair?
You have about a minute and a half.
Okay, well, in the absence of having Dr. Elliott confirm this, I just want to point out that the formulary negotiated for pharmacare includes pretty much every insulin required for type 1 diabetes. In fact, it mirrors 100% of the coverage offered in British Columbia, so that every person suffering from type or living with type 1 diabetes will be able to get the insulin they need. In terms of type 2 diabetes, it covers all of the metformins, including the combination metformins, which generally you have to try and fail before you go to semaglutides, which is the Ozempic. And the reason Ozempic is not covered is because it's only available in brand name in this country right now and is extremely expensive. About a third of BC's expenditures on type 2 diabetes are on Ozempic. And it also is a problem right now with off-label use. But it could be covered in the future. And we're well aware of the importance of semaglutide. SGLBT inhibitors and secretagogues are also covered in type 2 diabetes, as well as all the devices. So I just want to put on the record that it's a full complement of all of the medications and devices that people with diabetes, type 1 and type 2, need in Canada, save and except Ozempic, which we hope will be covered in the future, as Dr. Elliott pointed out. I just wanted to state that for the record.
Well, thank you, MP Davies, and that I'm sure is very helpful for those watching and for the record. That is the time, and now we're going to go into our second round. Members, I'm just looking at the time. We don't have a lot left, but what we're going to do is each party for 2 to 3 minutes, please, and we'll start with MP Morantz, please.
Thank you, Professor DeHasia. Last time you were here, you had an exchange regarding the carbon tax, and one of the members mentioned about the open letter that many Canadian economists had signed on to, and you didn't have a chance in person at the time to respond to that comment. I know you did submit something in writing, but I thought since you're back and you're here in person, I'd give you a chance to let the committee know your thoughts on that open letter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, I would say this, and again, this is part of the record of the committee. 100 well-known economists, including some of my own colleagues at Carleton, have signed this letter. It doesn't mean that it's correct. Yes, in the world of the textbook, you can shift curves around and get at the optimal outcome. Well, in the real world, it doesn't work that way. There's a whole political economy of taxation. And so if you get things wrong, you can have this risk of regulatory capture. There's a large literature on this. So I'm not sanguine that just going by textbook economics can fix the problem. But there's a larger problem here. I'll make this very brief. Global warming, climate change, which is real, is a global problem. So if Canada, which is not one of the world's major contributors, says, okay, we're going to tax ourselves and pollute less, well, guess what? China and India will rub their hands and say, super, we can spew more carbon since Canada is doing the work for us. So it makes no sense.
In your written reply, you actually said, unfortunately, I believe the letter is naive and ideologically driven. Could you expand on that statement?
Sure, thank you. Naive because it assumes that the textbook world can be reproduced in practice, and we know that isn't true. And I think it is driven ideologically by a theory that used to be called scientific socialism, that the all-benevolent, all-knowing central planner of the government can solve every problem. Professor Hayek, whose name has come up here, didn't believe that. And so for those reasons, I think it's naive, it's ill-timed, it's ideological. And even if we thought it could work in practice, which I'd seriously doubt, we're in the middle of an affordability crisis. Now is certainly not the time to be the knight in shining armor and to tell China and India, go spew more carbon into the air.
Thank you, Professor.
To MP Morantz, and now to MP Baker for 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to direct my questions to Mr. Thurlow. It's good to have you back at the committee. I wanted to ask you about the investment tax credits. You, Dow, Canada, have been proponents of investment tax credits, as I understand, as a means for, I guess, profitability, but also decarbonization of your operations. Right? So basically making your operations more environmentally friendly, right? And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you or how Dow would use the investment tax credits that are in Bill C-69, so that are in the budget, and both in terms of clean tech manufacturing and in terms of clean hydrogen investment tax credits.
Thank you very much for the question. And I think there's two things that I would add into the record, which I think are of value. And I think the first one is that investments in the decarbonization space are incredibly expensive. And so on paper, it's very difficult to make them pencil. I believe the allegory you used was the textbook. The textbook doesn't always work so perfectly. So these tax credits allow for the chasm between the cost and the recovery for those investments to be shrunk considerably. So yes, we are pledging to get to a zero emissions future by 2050. This is the first example of that in our fleet of facilities. We expect that many of the learnings that we will have in Fort Saskatchewan will be replicated in other places around the world. And those tax credits are incredibly important to attracting that investment. It was only when we saw that the tax credits were going to be put in place that our board of directors was able to look at the total value of the investment and say, yes, this is something that we're willing to do. And I would like to point out that Canada was in deep competition with several other geographies around the world. And when you're in competition with those geographies, you're not going to be able to replicate what they produce perfectly, but you assign a value to all of these different variables, and those variables will help the board of directors make a final decision.
It's the time. So now we're going to go to MP Sainte-Marie, please, for a couple of minutes.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc,
thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Thurlow, again, given with what you just said as a backdrop, in terms of international competition, how do you think Canada's support will make Canada more competitive? Are the credits equivalent to elsewhere in the world, less, more than elsewhere?
To use a tired expression, there's an apples and oranges problem here. We do our very best to do a strict economic comparison, but the tax rates are different in different jurisdictions. For example, in the Gulf Coast and in Texas, you see tax rates that are set by the local parishes. And those parishes have different rates and different rules than you have from the municipalities. The municipality tax rates are assisted and guided by provincial rules. So the answer to your question is we made a risk-based decision on which investment climate we thought was the best for this first investment of many into deep decarbonization. These tax credits have a value based on how much we believe we will be able to use these tax credits as we build a new facility and expand the existing facility that we have in Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Marie, and now our final question.
Nous passons à la dernière question qui sera de Monsieur Davis. Il vous reste 2 minutes. Merci. Madame Rosac, la Colombie-Britannique s'est dotée d'un programme d'assurance médicaments dans les années 70.
I know that there still is an income-based deductible, for that program. The National Pharmacare program that is contained in this budget with $1.5 billion to get it started will eliminate these costs, not only for British Columbians, but for every resident of any province or territory whose provincial government signs up, because it will provide first dollar coverage, meaning people will no longer have to pay a deductible, copayment, or any other out-of-pocket costs. In other words, you walk into the pharmacy, hand over your prescription, walk out, and you have your diabetes medication or device. In your view, what impact would such a program have on you and the people that you associate with in the group that you represent?
Thank you for the question, and forgive me, the first little bit cut out, but I think I got most of it. I hear about the deductible a lot. It's a lot. And I mean, living with type 1 diabetes is very, very expensive. The cost of living is so high now. And I do hear from people that cost of deductible, it really does prevent them from seeking the best healthcare solutions that are available. For example, like my insulin pump that I have right now is $7,000. I wouldn't have been able to have that otherwise. So for the government to address that payment issue is huge, and I think it would really change the lives of many people out there.
I have very little remaining time left, so I just rather would turn my time over to you and just for any thoughts you have that you'd like the Government of Canada to know about people living with diabetes and how what policies we can pursue to help in that with that condition.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's like an honor for me to be here and just represent the voice of 750 individuals I know in BC that are struggling with their diabetes. It's a 24/7 job. You think about it all the time. And even with the technology available, like we struggle with having low blood sugars, high blood sugars. You know, I have my monitor here sitting next to me, making sure I don't go too high or too low so that I can make sense today. And it does impact our day, you know, for hours at a time. My husband has type 1 diabetes as well, and I see how it impacts him. And if he has low blood sugar, he's out for a couple of hours. And I think to have this healthcare solutions available and to not allow universal coverage to that and access to all Canadians is a travesty, because I can absolutely attest to the fact that these healthcare services have changed my life, that these products have changed my life.
Thank you, and thank you, MP Davies. And let's thank our excellent witnesses. Thank you, Ms. Hozak, for sharing your personal story, for advocating for so many diabetics, and also Dr. Elliott for his words and his answers to the many questions. And of course, to Professor Degia and Mr. Thurlow, welcome back to our committee, and thank you for coming before us and answering the many questions from the members. On that, we are going to suspend.
I'm just question. Are we able to submit? We lost the doctor. Are we able to submit a question in writing and have him respond through the clerk?
Sure. So MP Chambers just asked if members would be able to submit questions to Dr. Elliott. Yes, you can, and Dr. Elliott hopefully would be able to get back to us in short order with some answers. So on that, we are going to suspend members, and before we go into our fourth and final panel for today. So thank you again to our witnesses, and we wish you the best with the rest of your day. Thank you. This is our fourth panel of witnesses today. And joining us are from Momentum. We have the Executive Director, Jeff Loomis. Welcome. Oh, and I think he's online, yes. And we've got from the Public Health Agency of Canada, Professor, CART Contraception Research Lab, University of British Columbia, Wendy V. Norman. Welcome, Ms. Norman. And from the Union Québécoise des Microdistilleries, we have Vincent Lambert, who's the General Secretary. And joining us from Wealth Simple, the Head of Government Affairs, Jessica Oliver. Welcome. So witnesses, you'll have up to 5 minutes for a opening statement, remarks, and then we'll get to members' questions. So we will start with Momentum and Mr. Jeff Loomis, please.
Well, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak with you today in the committee. Momentum was grateful to see important steps to improve financial inclusion of Canadians in the budget. Momentum, we're a community organization in Calgary that connects people living on low incomes to economic opportunity, and our big goal is to create a local economy that works better for everyone. One of our key approaches to working with people living on lower incomes is to help them learn about and save money, or what we call to become financially empowered. We worked with a newcomer named Timothy several years ago, whose experiences highlight important changes proposed in the budget. Timothy moved to Canada from Nigeria, and after arriving, he struggled in survival jobs, and he ended up couch surfing. When his mother got sick in Nigeria, he took out a $400 payday loan to cover her medical expenses. By the time he paid off the payday loan, it cost him $2,400. While struggling to pay off his loan, he was connected to Momentum, and he participated in a savings program where people earn a match to their savings while they learn about money. Timothy also managed to open an RESP and access the Canada Learning Bond for his child. Despite the challenges, Timothy became financially empowered. Several policy announcements in the federal budget will create opportunities for more Canadians like Timothy to become financially empowered. The specific proposed changes we would like to highlight today include, number one, automatic enrollment of the Canada Learning Bond. We know education is a direct gateway for people to earn more money. We also know that children with an education savings account are much more likely to attend some form of post-secondary education. Momentum and community partners in Calgary worked for many years to promote the Canada Learning Bond to families living on low incomes, which contributed to increased uptake of the CLB from only 20% to over 50%. And that is one of the highest uptake rates currently for any municipality in Canada. To reach the other 50% of children who still weren't getting the CLB so that they could access education savings, we completed education savings policy research that recommended greater auto-enrollment. As a result of the change proposed to auto-enrollment, approximately 130,000 children born after 2024 could receive the Canada Learning Bond every year. So at a lifetime value of $2,000 per child, an additional $260 million in annual education savings may go directly to families living on low incomes. However, including the auto creation of a social insurance number for Canadian children living on lower incomes would make this policy change more effective. Auto-enrollment in the Canada Learning Bond is an important step, though, towards intergenerational poverty reduction and is a huge boost to Canada's future skilled workforce. So the second key change we'd like to highlight is automatic tax filing. Canadians living on lower incomes are the most likely to not file taxes. The expansion towards greater automatic tax filing will support up to 2 million Canadians to access benefits that can help them make ends meet. Since the average low-income tax filer receives an additional $3,500 in annual income from filing their taxes, this change is a key step to reducing poverty in communities across our country. So the third key thing we want to highlight is lowering the criminal rate of interest. We are very pleased to see the government reiterate the commitment made in Budget 2023 to lower the criminal rate of interest to 35% annual percentage rate. The proposal to improve enforcement of the criminal rate of interest in this budget is also a promising step to ensure Canadians are adequately protected from high-cost credit. Based on Timothy's experience with a payday loan, we encourage the government to also consider no longer exempting payday loans from the criminal rate of interest. The fourth key highlight, and last one we want to feature today, is the investment in community financial empowerment supports. Prosper Canada is proposed to receive $60 million over 5 years to expand community-delivered financial help services to approximately 1 million lower-income Canadians. This is much needed financial support, as many of the community-based not-for-profit organizations like Momentum that deliver financial empowerment services receive very little government funding for this work. With the rising cost of doing business for nonprofits like ourselves, this funding can stabilize existing programs and enable important expansion. Many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, especially with the rising cost of living. Those challenges are even more significant for Canadians living on low incomes. At Momentum, we recognize the wisdom that people without an adequate income can't get by, and that people without assets can't get ahead. The proposed changes in the budget can help more people get by through better access to benefits through automatic tax filing, and will support Canadian children to get ahead by improving access to critical education savings. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with the committee today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Loomis, and for everything that you are doing. So the Public Health Agency of Canada now we'll hear from, and it's Professor Norman, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I won for the opportunity to speak here today. By way of introduction, I'm a family physician and a professor at the University of British Columbia, and I hold the Public Health Agency of Canada's chair in family planning research. I serve as the external chair for Statistics Canada's Sexual and Reproductive Health Advisory Committee, and I lead the largest Health Canada Sexual and Reproductive Health Fund project to advance equitable access to family planning nationally. I advise the World Health Organization on sexual and reproductive health and preconception health. And there's two issues I wish to highlight for you here today. First, universal single-payer first-dollar contraception coverage has been demonstrated around the world and in Canada to be the most cost-effective government investment to lower health system costs and to improve health equity and health outcomes. Secondly, universal access to free contraception to prevent unintended pregnancies will support positive, immediate, lifelong, and intergenerational impacts on individuals and their families and society that improves health and equity. So, to begin, evidence from health systems around the world have found that universal contraception coverage costs governments less than it costs to manage unintended pregnancy in universal health systems. The cost to provide universal free contraception is always less than the cost to manage pregnancy. In the U.S., after they implemented universal coverage in the U.S. Affordable Care Act, they found a savings of $7.09 for every dollar that they'd invested. Similarly, in Public Health England, a savings of $9 with universal first dollar public coverage, single-payer coverage for all contraceptive methods, £9 for every pound invested. Our analyses in a CIHR-funded study working with the government of BC have modeled that within a few years they will begin saving $5 every year for every resident of BC in their health costs, because the cost of providing everybody with whatever contraceptive method they require is lower than the costs to manage currently the unintended pregnancies. So an important factor here in contraception is the difference between universal first dollar coverage and fill the gaps coverage. Contraception is a very stigmatized prescription, particularly among equity-deserving populations. Our studies have found that reproductive age people, particularly women and pregnancy-capable people at the ages of highest fertility, are the least likely in our society to have prescription benefits. Among those few who do have coverage, the primary insurance holder is often a coercive partner or a parent, and many do not have confidential or private access to contraception coverage and would instead forego this opportunity. Analyses underway by UBC's Dr. Laura Schumers using the BC Health Administrative and Pharmaceutical databases before and after BC introduced universal first dollar single-payer coverage for contraception last year found that in addition to nearly 30,000 people who have unintended pregnancies before this policy, many of whom were unable to afford contraception at all, that 40% of those people who obtained a contraception in BC paid 100% out of pocket for that method. Additionally, another 20% were paying copay for the cost. When we look after BC introduced their single-payer plan, we see a massive shift with a big uptake in contraceptive methods overall and a shift away from the less effective, less expensive methods towards those that are the most effective to prevent unintended pregnancy, with fewer than 10% of people paying any amount out of pocket for the very limited number of contraceptive methods that are not covered under the plan. So in Canada, 40% of pregnancies, or over 160,000 people per year, have an unintended pregnancy, and the most common outcome is birth. These unplanned births can have devastating effects as they move forward. All outcomes for unintended pregnancy could have lifelong effects. These intergenerational consequences are not only for that pregnant person and for that unplanned child, but by reducing the supports available for other children and extended relatives already in the home. Most effective contraceptive methods offer families a better and safer start for planned and spaced children and allow family members to pursue advanced education and workforce opportunities. In contrast, people unable to afford contraception demonstrate lower educational achievements, lower household income, higher exposure to intimate partner violence, and suffer lower chances for their children to have food safety and adequate shelter during their development. There are very few investments in health with the potential to offer both health system savings and improved equity and healthy quality of life for children and families across Canada. The investment the government is proposing to provide universal, single-payer, first-dollar contraception has the potential to have those intergenerational and society-wide impacts for Canada and all Canadians.
Well, thank you, Dr. Norman. Thank you for your hard work and for the many different organizations that you lead on. So now we're going to hear from the Union Québécoise des Microdistilleries and Monsieur Lambert, please, for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Distinguished members of the committee, my name is Vincent Lambert and I'm the Secretary General of the Union Québécoise des Microdistilleries, the UQMD. The UQMD is over 50 members, fall under the two licenses that regulate distillation in Quebec, the industrial license and the artisanal license. Our members generate annual sales of over $100 million in the province. I'd like to thank you very much for your time and attention today to talk about this particular issue of excise duties. I'll be taking my time today to talk to you about the excise duties on Canadian spirits, and I'm going to present our proposal, which is based on the introduction of a progressive taxation model inspired by international best practice and designed to support the sustainable economic development of our local distilleries. SMEs, particularly micro-distilleries, are crucial drivers of our regional economies. They bring local pride and play an important role in the economic fabric. However, because of their modest size and limited resources, they are at a disadvantage compared with large international companies. Progressive taxation of excise duties, similar to what is practiced in the Canadian brewing industry, as well as in several other industries in different countries, would make it possible to strengthen the competitiveness of our Canadian micro-distilleries. In Quebec, about 75% of the selling price of a bottle of spirits goes on taxes and surcharges. For example, on a bottle of 40% alcohol spirits sold for $40, less than $10 goes back into the distillery's pocket. The US, a major competitor for Canada in spirits sales, has reduced its excise rates for small and medium-sized distilleries. Excise duty is 71 US cents per litre of absolute alcohol, which is about 98 Canadian cents. In Canada, excise duty on spirits is $13.30 Canadian per litre of absolute alcohol. A bottle of Canadian spirits will therefore be subject to excise duty of around $4, while an American bottle will be subject to excise duty of 29 cents Canadian cents. This 1,257% higher tax rate than the United States makes Canadian spirits significantly less competitive. It should be noted that the UQMD proposal applies to distilleries selling fewer than 100,000 litres of absolute alcohol per year, whereas the US applies a reduction in excise duty for distilleries selling up to 370,000 litres of absolute alcohol per year. The bottom line is this: the US government gave up some of its initial excise revenue, which was much needed for their distilleries to compete and prosper. This measure has been implemented, and in return US distilleries reap much greater financial rewards, and the upshot is long-term job creation. This excise duty relief will not necessarily lead to a net loss of tax revenue federally, Local distilleries will be able to invest in innovation, improve their facilities and expand their operations, creating a multiplier compounding effect for the economy. The spirits value chain encompasses a multitude of activities from agriculture and distillation to distribution, retailing and spirits tourism. By reducing excise duties, we free up valuable resources that can be reinvested in expanding operations. Excise duties relief on Canadian spirits could create considerable economic benefits in terms of employment. Historical examples show that the introduction of these kinds of measures allow for job creation and a significant contribution to the economy through these SMEs. We'll be able to promote the emergence of local, innovating and sustainable distilleries. It's compatible with the WTO policies. The WTO encourages member states to implement trade policies that are consistent with their international commitments while taking into account their domestic, economic and social development objectives. In addition, the WTO supports measures that promote domestic industry, provided those measures do not deliberately discriminate or significantly distort international trade. In closing, this proposal is not simply a tax measure, but also a statement of intent which reflects a deep commitment to a dynamic domestic industry that will thrive on the world stage. By reducing excise duties, we are directly addressing this inequality and offering practical support to our businesses, creating an environment where smaller distilleries can flourish and make significant contribution to our economies. I'd urge members of this committee to study this proposal and give serious consideration for the good of our businesses, our economy and our local communities. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to answering your questions, and thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Lambert. And I'm sure there's going to be many questions. And now we'll go to Wealthsimple and Ms. Oliver, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thanks to the committee for this invitation.
I'm Head of Government and Regulatory Affairs at Wealthsimple, a financial services company trusted by over 3 million Canadians, including 1 in 5 adults under 40. I'm privileged to work with over 1,000 colleagues across the country. Our mission is to help Canadians reach their financial goals. We started 10 years ago with a single product and a straightforward regulatory framework. We offered low-cost managed investing, which means clients describe their financial circumstances and goals, and our team manages their investments to achieve those goals. Over time, we've added other products, including commission-free self-directed investment. We offer fee-optional tax filing that this year was used to net file more than 1.7 million returns, the majority for free. We offer Canada's highest interest checking account with no monthly fees or minimum balances. In the last year, our clients have earned more than $100 million in interest in these accounts. We saw incredible uptake when we launched a first home savings account. From August to December, more than 200,000 Canadians started saving for homeownership with Wealthsimple. To our knowledge, more than 30% of all FHSAs, and our total accounts is now over 250,000. I'm pleased to join you as you consider the Budget Implementation Act. I'd like to touch on the bill's action on consumer-driven banking, financial fees, and the Canada Learning Bond. The bill lays the legislative foundation for consumer-driven banking, also known as open banking, which will provide secure and simple way for Canadians to share their financial data between providers, making it easier for them to access and integrate the financial products that suit them best. Here's what that really means. Consumer-driven banking can help a homeowner lower their mortgage rate by proving they have a pension. It can help renters build their credit score by proving they pay on time. It can help newcomers build credit by incorporating financial data from their countries of origin. In fact, the Financial Services Regulatory Authority of Ontario, FSRA, has identified consumer-driven banking as the biggest potential driver of innovation in mortgage brokering. According to StatsCan, Canadian households pay $694 per year for financial services. We believe they deserve lower costs, more convenience, less friction, and ultimately more control over their own money. Consumer-driven banking is one piece of a broader fundamental need to enable competition on a level playing field. Our financial infrastructure lags behind that of all of our G7 peers, and it has for decades. Wealthsimple has been a part of the consultation process and will continue to work with Finance Canada and the FCAC to inform the implementation of open banking and make sure our business is ready for our clients to benefit. It's also important to acknowledge that open banking is not a silver bullet for the competition problem in Canadian financial services. Financial regulators, both federal and provincial, should be explicitly mandated to deliver competition in their respective industries, just as their counterparts in the US, UK, and Australia are. Financial regulators point to the Competition Bureau, which, for all of its good work, does not have the resources or the mandate to take on this role alone. Its advisory recommendations to financial sector regulators are only suggestions and typically ignored. With respect to fees, regulators should also take a closer look at where Canadians are being charged fees for financial services without a reasonable connection to the actual cost of the service. Right now, Canadians who move an investment account, like a TFSA, from one financial institution to another pay up to $250 for the privilege of moving their own money. The actual cost of that transfer, if processed through widely available automated systems, is less than $1. There is no justification for that. And it is a transparent attempt to prevent Canadians from making a free choice of their financial provider. The federal budget committed to working with provinces to tackle junk fees in a range of areas, and in our view, this should be near the top of the list. Finally, in addition to our products, we established the Wealthsimple Foundation, which increases awareness of and participation in RESPs and the Kindle Learning Bond. We were pleased to see a commitment for the auto-enrollment of eligible children in the Kindle Learning Bond. It's the right thing to do. And it means the Wealthsimple Foundation will be in need of a new mission and mandate, and we're thrilled about that opportunity. To conclude, the measures for consumer-driven banking are welcome, but they are a start, not the end. There is much more to do to create a truly competitive financial services sector, starting from the first principles of how they're regulated and what we want them to deliver for Canadians. Merci.
Well, thank you, Ms. Oliver, and what a diverse group of witnesses we have with us, and I'm sure there'll be many questions in our first round here. We're starting with 6 minutes for each party, and MP Chambers will be going first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Welcome to our witnesses. Ms. Norman, we've heard, we just had a great panel. We talked about with representatives from the diabetes community who have talked about the pharmacare legislation. Just wanted to pick up on a couple of things, and I'm not as obviously steeped in the subject matter, so hoping you can help me understand a few things. You referenced the Affordable Care Act in the U.S. as a positive example of coverage of contraceptives. Is that correct?
Yes, the analysis I referenced was of the way the Act had been implemented in the first 3 years.
Okay, thank you. But that's not universal single payer, though, correct?
The Act, as it first was implemented, not the way that it is right now, to my understanding, was providing single payer coverage over the majority of the population.
Okay, but it's not universal. Like, it does not cover every American. It covers those that are part of the plan, correct?
I would have to go back and recheck that.
Okay. Then you referenced British Columbia as having single-payer universal coverage for contraceptives. Is that correct?
Starting April 2023.
If British Columbia has single-payer universal coverage for contraceptives, why would the federal government have to pay British Columbia to do that program?
My understanding is that the federal government would like a program that's implemented across all of Canada and that all provinces participate to provide this service. All provinces currently provide some component of their population with some coverage. The most coverage is in British Columbia at the moment, but the federal coverage, I understand, will be evening this across the country. You are the federal government here. You will decide how you will implement your agreements with each provincial system.
Right. I mean, I guess my question is, if a province has shown an ability to do this, wouldn't it be up to a provincial government or the voters in that province to vote for a government that wants to implement single-payer universal coverage in that province, where the jurisdictional responsibility lies?
Well, I guess this is a Canada Health Act question you're asking me. Do we have universal principles of how we deliver health care in Canada so that people in every province have an equitable chance to be able to achieve their own goals for their health and for their health equity? And are people within Canada able to move between province and province for their educational concerns, for their work, and have coverage where they need it, where they are, that will be similar across the country? I think you're asking me questions about the way the federal government would implement its discussions with provinces. If I've understood you correctly,
Yeah, no,
MP
that's
Chambers.
very correct. And so is the current proposed formulary completely exhaustive of all contraceptives that are on the market today?
The formulary that is proposed for the federal government was my understanding that it is designed to be the same or very, very similar to what was implemented in BC. And in BC, this formulary covers contraception in nearly every category. One category is excluded where there's questions of health risk implications that are higher than others. But for all of the typically accessed contraceptive methods with a range of choices within each category.
Okay. We do live in a world of scarcity. And so I guess the question is, and you touched on this about a fill the gaps model or universal single payer. Is the trade-off not that, like, what we're being asked to approve, like, we could actually add more drugs or other ailments or coverage for other ailments in a national plan if we just covered those people who do not have coverage today versus covering everyone who's already being paid for by a private plan, which is what the government's currently proposing?
Well, the interesting thing, I think, to consider here, particularly with the case of contraception, is that the health and societal implications are weighing the costs for not providing prevention of unintended pregnancy and the implications on families and society, on education, on our economics, for the downstream effects of unintended pregnancies in our society versus the prevention. And we know that fill the gaps prevention, coverage for contraceptives is not an effective mechanism because many people who are considered to have coverage are not able to access it for their contraceptives. And those who are most fertile and require contraceptives are the least likely to have access to those kinds of plans. So, for example,
Sorry,
in
I have to
Ontario,
jump in there. I have one final question. I'm going to get cut off by the chair. Why do you have to go to a doctor? Shouldn't some of these be just offered over the counter as they are in some jurisdictions? Like we have 7 million Canadians without a family doctor.
In fact, you don't have to go to a doctor for contraceptives. You can see a nurse practitioner. You can see a midwife in many provinces. You can see a public health nurse. And in 7 provinces across Canada, you can walk into your pharmacist and have a private discussion with your pharmacist, and the pharmacist can prescribe any contraceptive method for you. So this is one of the ways that Canada is leading the world in advancing primary care access by upscaling the abilities of a wide range of primary health care providers to be able to serve the needs to prevent unintended pregnancy.
Thank you very much.
MP Chambers, and now to MP Thompson.
Thank you, and welcome to all the witnesses. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Norman. I just have a quick follow-up from the previous series of questions. And thank you for linking the primary health care is accessed by many providers. I think often in this committee I hear reference is simply physician-led, but of course it's not. It's multidisciplinary. So thank you for that. I just want to touch on why it's so important for women to have access to a range of contraceptives. And if you could just, again, with a little more depth, go into the barriers that women often face in accessing contraceptions and why it's so important in this program that we really address that, why it needs to be universal.
Yes, thank you. Well, as many of you may have been aware, I guess through history now rather than our own knowledge, in the 1960s when contraception became available and prevalent, this was a transformation in gender equity in our society. We were seeing a huge increase in enrollment in colleges and universities of women who now had control on their fertility, of entry into the job market, of contributing in our civil society and governments, the ability to be able to decide whether and when to become pregnant for a pregnancy-capable person, a woman, or a person with a uterus of any gender, is fundamental to being able to achieve their own goals and have their control on their life. And before we had contraception, and before, if we fail to make contraception accessible for people, which in studies across Canada has shown the number one access is cost. It's the affordability of contraception. We are leaving people in situations with intersecting barriers where their income and education do not have the chance to improve across their generation and in the subsequent generations due to the fact that they are unable to control their fertility. They are left to have unintended pregnancies, to raise unplanned children, to be in a ever down spiraling cycle for a family income, for family education, and often accompanied by intimate partner violence as the situation becomes worse. MP Thompson, I thank you for the question. I'm not sure if I've addressed what you were looking for.
It's very helpful. And I appreciate that. Just because I know time is so limited, I want to just direct the next question to Momentum. And Mr. Loomis, thank you for your opening comments. I appreciate the importance of financial literacy. I saw it repeatedly in my work life. And thank you again for highlighting how important Bill C-69 is for the most vulnerable, in many cases, families in our community. I want to just link into, first of all, the importance of the automatic tax filing. I think that's incredibly important, and thank you for highlighting that, and what an opportunity it is to allow people to access services without penalizing them because for a variety of reasons they weren't able to go through that process, which can be very difficult for some, of actually filing their income tax. And of course, that keeps them out of the portal of being able to access supports and much needed supports. But I want to just link for the first question around Prosper Canada and how important it is for community groups to become part of supports to really protect people from just criminal rates of interest.
Thank you so much for the question. It is really important, I think, for community organizations to be able to provide fair, honest information about different forms of financial services. And so that's where working with Prosper, there's a number of organizations across the country that have contributed to growing the field of what we call financial empowerment. And an important part of financial empowerment is money management, financial literacy as you describe it, which includes ensuring people have good information about different financial services and products, and that ideally we as community organizations can connect people to the most affordable, fair financial services and products. And so that is a really important role of community-based financial services, is not only providing the information, but helping people really make an informed decision of what financial services and products they end up using.
Thank you. And sort of the similar thread, if you could speak to the criminal code amendments, you don't need to go into depth with this, but why that's important to also protecting people from predators and criminal rates of interest.
Yeah, we've experienced over many years, there's so many examples of people taking out a loan where they just did not know how expensive it was, and it can really create a debt trap for people, and it's very difficult to move forward financially when people are struggling with those debt payments. And so we do believe that by lowering the criminal rate of interest, it can create better opportunities for people to access affordable and fair financial services and products. And as we see with people struggling to make ends meet, especially with the rising cost of living, it is just so important that we don't have additional costs from borrowing. And we believe that the criminal rate of interest being considerably higher across the country, other than in Quebec, now for a generation, is just patently unfair that the people that often are the least able to afford credit are actually paying the most for credit. So it is a very significant change to lower the criminal rate of interest and improve the enforcement of that criminal rate.
MP Thompson, and now to MP Samari, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and greetings to all of the witnesses. I'd have liked to have spoken with each of you, but I have limited time, so I'll direct my questions at Mr. Lambert. But first, I have a personal question for Mr. Loomis. In addition to your role as Executive Director at Momentum, are you the infamous guitarist that we hear across the world, or is it someone who mimics you?
It's someone with a lot more hair than me, that's for sure.
Très bien, très bien. Je trouvais...
Thank you. I did think that you were the spitting image of that person. Anyway, I'd like to wish you all the best for your endeavours. Mr. Lambert, there are artisans, craftspeople that develop micro distilleries that play a hugely important role for our regional and general economy. And what you're telling us basically is that the burden of the excise duties is disproportionate, especially compared to the United States and their microbreweries. Is that correct? Well, spot on. And our proposal focuses on two prongs, the first of which is a precedent that exists in Canada already, where there is differential excise duties based on the volume of production in the case of beer. And this should apply to spirits too. Secondly, we'd like to dovetail with US excise duties because they're our greatest competitors in the sector. Thank you. So you said that for a bottle that costs $40, only $10 ends up in the pockets of those artisans, and there's $4 in excise duties compared to 29 cents, Canadian cents, in the US. So speaking of that $4, if it were in 29 cents, well, that would completely change things for your local artisans. Well, yes, in the case of a $40 bottle, and I've used that example because it's the median cost of an artisanal bottle of spirits, that's about 10% of the cost of the bottle, so it would be significant and meaningful at the end of the day. Well, I think it would be helpful if we had more micro distilleries across our regions. It helps to our communities to flourish, it helps our local products flourish, but with this very high rate of excise duties, which is a burden on small players, I'm understanding that your industry is having trouble keeping afloat. And there's the Saint Laurent distillery, which has met its demise, if I understand correctly. So under your proposal, would distilleries like Saint Laurent Distillery manage to keep afloat? Response. Well, it would help the industry, and the Salon Distillery has had its doors open for the past 10 years. It's a landmark, it's a trailblazer for the industry. Its products are exported to over 15 countries worldwide. They were commercially successful. Unfortunately, that's been hampered by rules and regulations that were developed decades ago, and spirits are just taxed inordinately. The company had to shutter up its doors, and in our sector, we lament the fact that so many distilleries are meeting their demise. And unfortunately, obviously, Quebec legislation isn't your bailiwick, but we do need excise duty relief to help the industry flourish. Not only in Quebec, but in Canada, in Ontario, in BC, and Alberta, where there are many micro-distilleries. Question. Well, these issues apply not just to your members in Quebec, but across the board in Canada, because essentially we're talking about the same model. And there's this excise duties that apply to micro-distilleries. If they were able to enjoy some relief, it would be beneficial across all of Canada. Now, do you have any other recommendations or anything else to share with the committee at this stage of the game? Well, no. Out of the blue, I'd just like to thank the committee, which in its report with recommendations to the Department of Finance in the pre-budgetary consultation took up our recommendation number 329, which listed our proposal. Now, models for excise duties vary from country to country. Some countries are highly industrialized and some are not. But with the emergence of micro-distilleries, the landscape needs to change so that we are able to provide tax relief to these micro-distilleries. Currently, it's not the case with excise duties in Canada, despite the fact that our sector is quite large. So the onus is on us to grapple with that and come up with some kind of solution.
Oui, merci, parce que comme vous le répétez.
Thank you. As you've just reminded us, the tax levels were established about a century ago, where the goal was to discourage the consumption of alcohol. But the landscape has changed, and we have artisanal distilleries now, and they're being hampered, particularly vis-a-vis US competitors and on the world stage. So it would behoove us to review the legislation so that we can ensure the viability and sustainability of micro-distilleries. I hope my colleagues are hearing me loud and clear, and because I think that there should be an amendment in that direction. You make a huge difference to our local and national economy. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
That's the time that we have, and now we're going to MP Davies for the next 6 minutes.
Thank you. Dr. Norman, in 2023 interview with UBC Faculty of Medicine, you said this about BC's free contraception program, which I take it had just started. You said it was costing the government more to pay for the management of unintended pregnancies than it would cost to be able to provide free contraception for everybody in the province. Now, you've given that testimony here today. How solid is the evidence that if we expand this program nationally, we will see achieve national savings economically replicating BC's experience?
It's a great question, Don. The statement at UBC was based on about 10 years of research that we'd undertaken in partnership with the Government of BC and funded by the Canadian Institutes of Health Research. And we had done diligence by collecting data from every sector of the province through sexual health surveys and putting these into a complex series of modeling that looked at all of the alternatives for how to be able to support people to reduce the rates of unintended pregnancy. And what we found is that the universal coverage of first dollar, all methods, was the most cost-effective way for the government of BC to go about this, and that each time we looked at, we spent 2 years looking at alternate models, including fill-in-the-gap models or supplementing in different areas, and every time we moved away from universal first dollar coverage, the rate of unintended pregnancies went up, the government costs went up. Now, you ask how that relates to the rest of Canada. We've been working with Statistics Canada and with our federal government now for about 8 years towards taking what we've learned in BC, that the sexual health survey, looking at representative part of all parts of the population, is what governments need to be able to get the data they understand to improve health and equity in sexual and reproductive health. And as you may know, in the 2021 budget, the government funded Statistics Canada to roll out a national sexual health survey that will first field this fall. So we will be able to do academic analyses disaggregated by a wide range of equity sectors in the population to answer exactly your question. In the meantime, we can take BC data and make it analogous for the rest of Canada, and it should be relatively reasonable to hold on those assumptions.
It sounds like there's an overwhelming economic case for a universal access to contraception. You sort of briefly touched on this, the sort of macro economic impacts of facilitating the entry of women and participation of women in the workplace. Is there data or established research that can quantify the value of women's participation in the economy as a result of having reproductive control?
It's a great question. I think by way of an overarching answer, I would look to the declaration by the U.S. Society of Public Health Association, in looking at the top 100 public health interventions over the past century when we came to the year 2000. So this is basically from 1900 to 2000. And the number one intervention across the country, and this is in the time when we developed penicillin and vaccines and all of these things, the number one public health intervention was the introduction of family planning to be able to support the success and engagement of pregnancy-capable people throughout our society.
Turn to health now, because this is the economic thing. But I'm just wondering, can you outline what impact providing free prescription contraception will have on health outcomes of women?
Yes. So it's women and their children. The ability to time and space pregnancies has phenomenal impact on a woman's personal health in situations where women have no control over their fertility. Typically, they are pregnant at least once and sometimes more than once in a year. This wears down their nutrition. Their anemia becomes common. Their immune systems are depleted. They're more open for disease. And we see this in low and middle income settings where people do not have access to contraception and to controlling their fertility. When a person has an unintended pregnancy, those pregnancies are less likely to have adequate prenatal care. They're more likely to be exposed to toxins such as smoking exposure or substances during the pregnancy. Those pregnancies are more likely to be preterm, to require neonatal ICU, to have those children start behind the 8 ball, where their own chance for adequate health and nutrition and education throughout their childhoods is impaired. And these things all are addressed to improve an equal standing for people in health and avoid the risks of pregnancy, which still carries a maternal mortality across Canada of 40 to 100 people dying simply because they became pregnant each year. By reducing the 40% of pregnancies that are unintended through making universal access to contraception, we are saving lives and improving the chances for children to have the best start in life.
Thank you.
And Members, these are phenomenal witnesses that we have with us. I know we're bumping up against question period here pretty soon, so we're going to do a quick one question per party round before we conclude. And we're, I guess it's MP Morantz, yes, for the question.
Ms. Oliver, I can't let you come all the way down here and not at least answer one question. So thank you for being here. In the time that we have, which is roughly 60 seconds or so, can you explain to the committee why consumers will be better off if Canada brought in a system of open banking and real-time rail?
Sure. Thanks for the question. I think you just need to look at other jurisdictions. No jurisdiction that has introduced open banking has ever pulled it back, withdrawn it. All they've done is expand upon it. If you look at consumer switching rates, comparison shopping, changing the financial service provider that can tailor to your specific and unique circumstances, in every other jurisdiction, that increases through open banking. And I think it's really important that folks understand the enhanced security that can come from a formalized consent model where the consumer is in control of their own information and they decide if, when their information is shared for their benefit. So that would be my short answer.
Thank you, and thank you, MP Morantz. And now to MP Sorbara, please, for one question.
Thank you, Chair. Jessica, we know how powerful and popular the tax-free savings account is with Canadians. But the first home savings account combines the best of both worlds of the TFSA and the RRSP. I was so happy to see that introduced by our government. How revolutionary and how is the uptake on that with your customers?
Sure. Yes, all registered accounts are really popular. And I think, when you look at the decrease in pension coverage in the workplace, when you look at the delay of home ownership, when you look at these wonderful but very distinct new products and the burden of both retirement saving and home ownership saving shifting to the individual, I think that empowering folks to understand how to maximize the benefits and increasing the choice that they have between those service providers. And we certainly saw a huge uptake, and we're thrilled that more than 1/3 of Canadians that opened a first home savings account chose to do so with Wealthsimple.
Probably nearly almost 1 million Canadians on the FHSA.
Thank you, MP Sorbara. And now to MP Samari, please.
Oui, monsieur.
Yes, Mr. Lambert, we know that the excise tax has gone up in keeping with inflation over each year, and apparently it's about 2% per year. For all alcohol producers, I imagine that's a measure that you welcome. But could you please say how important it is to keep inflation pegged at 2% rather than having an escalator tax on micro distilleries or microbreweries as we see in the United States? Well, that cap of 2% that's been announced for the next 2 years was welcomed with a lot of relief, because the projected increase was about 6%. And if you tack that onto all of the other costs, well, it would be a huge burden over the long haul on the industry. So it was welcomed with a great deal of relief. But I have to admit that after submitting our brief and our proposal, well, we feel that it'd be even more beneficial to emulate what's done in the US and other countries where there's been a sizable relief of excise duties for micro distilleries. Thank you very much.
And now to MP Davies. No pressure, but you'll be the final questioner and final question for this great panel.
Thanks, Dr. Norman. Dr. Norman, the list of covered contraceptions is not only oral contraceptives, but also IUDs. I'm just wondering if you could share your position on the importance of including IUDs in access.
Absolutely. Thank you, MP Davies. So the difficulty with contraception is that the less you can afford, the less likely you are to be able to avoid an unintended pregnancy. You're more likely to get pregnant with condoms. And when you go to prescription contraception, the baseline is birth control pills, and we see 6 to 9 people per year using birth control pills, and twice that many if you're a teenager, who will become pregnant with an unintended pregnancy on birth control pills. Now, people are typically using, people have a reproductive lifespan of 30 to 35 years from about age 15 to 45 or 50, and they plan to be pregnant or have a child for maybe a year or 2 years out of that. They've got over 30 years using methods with a 6 to 9% failure rate. So this is where our unintended pregnancies are coming from. It's more expensive to use the more effective methods. With a copper IUD, you have a 1% chance per year of getting pregnant. And with a hormone-bearing IUD, you have 0.1%, 1 person per 1,000 per year. These and the small little matchstick devices that can be inserted underneath the arm, a subdermal implant, are the most expensive up front, $300 or $400, but they last for 3 to 5 to 7 years, and some of the IUDs now to 10. And these methods are more effective than female sterilization. And yet they're completely reversible. The month you take it out, you can become pregnant again. And so investing in these upfront methods where a person has to choose between rent or food for the children already in the home, or being able to put out $300 or $400 to get a 5 to 7 year method that's going to be as effective as sterilization but reversible, is just not accessible for people. It's most important. And in fact, if governments were only providing IUDs and implants and the most effective contraceptive methods, this would offer the best chance for people to be able to avoid unintended pregnancy. People need a wide range of choices because the contexts are different in everybody's life. People are able to adjust to different methods, different things are working in their life, and this is why it's important to have the full range there. But in fact, from a health economic and a health system perspective, the better that you are able to support somebody to achieve their own goal for pregnancy and become pregnant only when they want and they're preparing for it, the better that child will be raised, the better our health system, our economy will be. And IUDs and implants, they are what gives you that chance.
Thank you, and thank you, MP Davies. We want to thank our witnesses for their testimony, for coming before Finance Committee on Bill C-69. We really appreciate it. We wish you the best with the rest of your day. Thank you. We're adjourned.